You're live.
Good evening, everyone. This is a school committee meeting convening on May 26, 2022. We do have one modification to our agenda in terms of the order of our items in order to accommodate some
recording in
conflicts
progress
for some of our presenters. So we will be beginning today with our student report. Farewell and thank you to outgoing student representative Claire Gallion. Go ahead, Claire.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Claire Gallion, and I'm the student representative on school committee. Tonight is my last report ever, which is heartbreaking, but also very exciting because I get to introduce to you all our new rep. But before we get to that, I wanted to briefly reflect on the past 2 years I've had serving with you all. Since my first report in 2020, so much has changed in the public schools of Brookline. We've gone through a pandemic, remote learning, hybrid learning, full-time learning. Our teachers have finally gotten their much needed contract. I have been so lucky to serve on this body, and I'm incredibly grateful to have been able to do it for 2 years. I will miss these meetings a lot and all of you, but I think you can handle it without me here. So I will now introduce to you the new school committee rep, Laura Cleaves.
Hi, everyone. My name is Laura Cleaves. My pronouns are she, her. I'm a sophomore, and I am your new student representative. I have to admit that I was really stuck on what to write for my introduction for a while now. As a matter of fact, like all these words just came to me like 15 minutes before this meeting was supposed to start. To be honest, I could go on for hours and hours about the clubs I'm a part of, or how I prefer both cats or dogs, or how I don't have a favorite color, or literally anything else that could provide insight into who I really am. Yet, I don't really think those things do that. So it feels kind of icky to waste my time just blathering on and on about things that, you know, really considering the reason why I'm here feel less important. So who am I? I'm not going to start waxing poetic and say something along the lines of that being some huge mystery that I can't even figure out, because that's a given. And also, I'm not a broken record. But I can start off with the things that I do know. For one, I'm the daughter of educators of Colombian immigrants who immigrated here when they were adults and worked their hardest to provide a better life for their daughters. I'm a METCO student, and I'm a member of the African American and Latinx Scholars Program at the Brookline High School. And to be honest, the thing I love to do most is to talk to other people and to understand their perspectives, and even though this is kind of hard for me to do, to listen. Over the past few years, there has been an uptick in racial incidents and other events of bigotry in the Brookline High School and also in the Brookline community, not just there, but also worldwide and in our community around the country. And I do believe that the most and best important thing that we can do in incidences like these is to listen to one another. And that's exactly the type of thing that I want to do as student representative. If there are any students out there listening, or if you're an adult just listening in, which is something that I admire you for doing, because at 6 p.m. you could probably be doing something better with your time. I commit to ensuring that if you are marginalized or oppressed, or if you feel unheard, or if you feel ignored, to uplift your voices and to ensure that you feel heard and you feel seen. Because everyone's experience is valid, and I commit to ensuring that everyone's voice is heard. As a matter of fact, sometimes, you know, as a member of marginalized communities, even I don't feel heard sometimes. And I can reflect upon those experiences and say that, you know, it really sucks to feel like you're not being heard or that your experiences aren't being validated. So when I was voted to this position, I really had to reflect on the gravity of this position and the true weight of it, and also on the fact that I have incredible power to represent the entire student body of Brookline High School. Knowing this, I commit to using my voice to represent other people, but also recognizing that sometimes there are things that, you know, don't come on. Well, there are things that I could say that wouldn't really come off best for me. You know, sometimes other experiences need to be shared from people who actually live those experiences. So a part of the thing that I'm going to do as student representative is to bring certain members of different groups to speak up here and share their experiences, because while I am elected to represent the student body, there's some things that I can't just profess are my experiences and pass off as my own. All of this to say that I am incredibly honored to be your next student representative to all the students who are out there watching. And how do I phrase this? I want to make sure that everyone is heard, and I want to make sure that everyone feels safe in the school community that they so rightfully deserve to have. And I really want to make sure that everyone gets an education in a place that they feel like they can call home. And that's the thing I think I really want to impart onto everyone. And I think that's all I have to say. So thank you very much, everyone.
All right, Claire, did you want to speak again?
No, I'm good. Just wanted to introduce Laura.
Okay, well, thank you for that. So Claire, I want to thank you for your service on the committee as the student representative. Your reports were always extremely informative, well thought out, and very thought-provoking for us on the school committee, led to a lot of very important discussions. You've set the bar very high. So thank you very much, and you're always welcome to come back and participate. Certainly public comment is always open to you, but there could be other opportunities as well. So don't be shy. And Laura, welcome aboard. Thank you for that very informative introduction as to your background, as well as what your particular interests are going to be during the year ahead. I look forward to hearing from you at each school committee meeting. Would any other members like to comment? Go ahead, Stephen.
First, I just want to say welcome to Laura. It's we're very excited to have you, and we're very excited to hear what you have to say. Claire, we're really going to miss you. I really admire and appreciate how seriously you took this role. Every presentation was clearly well prepared and prepared with some real rigor. And I appreciate that you got a lot of voices in the conversation. You amplified voices that weren't being heard. You aggregated voices when you thought there was a pattern to what people were saying. You brought a lot of issues to our attention that I don't think we knew or understood. Thank you. I'm really going to miss having your voice at these meetings. Really, sincerely.
Oh, thanks, Stephen.
Suzanne?
I guess I'm going to say ditto what Stephen said. He kind of took the words out of my mouth. But Claire, I do want to thank you so much. You actually did raise the bar for the position, and you had many voices come in, and that was so important. Many student reps in the past had one view, one voice, one set of lens, but you got to many different groups in the high school. So thank you very much for bringing that to us and having other voices come in. And I wish you all the best. I know you're going to Vassar in the fall. I heard that you're going to Singapore for a month to study Japanese. They sound like great adventures. So we wish you the very best. I know we'll be hearing about you for many years in the future. So thank you so much for all you've done. And Laura, I think you've got big shoes that are there for you to fill, but it sounds like you're going to do it. So bring it on, and we look forward to all that you're going to have to offer us. If we need any help, we'll be happy to help you. But you'll probably be just like Claire, and you'll have lots of thoughts to give us, and we look forward to that. So thank you to both of you.
Anyone else? No? All right. Well, thank you again, Claire. Welcome, Laura, rather. Mariah, go ahead.
Thanks, Claire. I just wanted to say it's been a pleasure. And I particularly just want to reflect back on some of the times when you not only brought guests, but you went out and interviewed students at the high school so we could hear directly and see the students at the high school. And Laura, I just Googled you and saw you're a reporter for the SAG, and I'm excited to see what kinds of journalistic presentations you're going to bring to us. And I'm so excited that you're joining us.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right, anyone else? Okay, well, Claire, you're welcome to stay. Laura, I know you're going to be staying. And we can now move to our next agenda item, which is staff recognitions for teachers and staff with 30 years of service. Today, we're going to be honoring the 2020 class, 2021, and 2022. So now hand it over to Dr. Guillory.
Good evening, everyone, and I'd like to welcome Laura to the seat and thank you, Claire, for your service as well. What a privilege it is to be here tonight, this evening, in the company of colleagues who've served more than 30 years to the public schools of Brookline. Earlier this afternoon, we had a celebration here at Town Hall, and it was just great to be able to congratulate our honorees and see them face to face. The hallmark of PSB is our talented and dedicated staff. Brookline is known far and wide for the quality of educators and staff, and our honorees tonight are the epitome of those examples: hardworking, dedicated, and talented. We are indebted to each of you that you have given to, we are indebted to each of you for all that you have given to our students and the community throughout your course of service here in Brookline. On behalf of the entire district, we say thank you. Due to COVID-19, we've not been able to celebrate our 30-year staff since 2019. Therefore, this evening, we're pleased to be able to honor the 30-year staff from 2020, 2021, as well as 2022. And it is my honor to start the program. So for our 2020 honorees tonight, I'm going to first begin by introducing Principal David Euclid and Director of Operations Matt Gillis to speak on behalf of Driscoll Senior Building Custodian Tom Hannekes. So I pass the mic over to Principal Euclid and Matt Gillis.
Thank you, Dr. Guillory. Matt, is it okay if I go first? Oh, okay. Thank you, Dr. Guillory. First, I want to welcome Laura as well to the school committee. And Claire, as a Driscoll alum, I cannot tell you how proud I am of all the work that you've done. You are wonderful, and I'm so excited about all your future endeavors. So congratulations on all the work that you've done. Thank you for this honor to speak about Tom Hannekes. Tom and I go way back to our days working at the Ruff and Ridley School, then the Devotion School, where I was the technology integration specialist and Tom was one of the daytime custodians. The one quality about Tom that has always been clear is that he cares about the building in which he works, as well as all the students and staff inside that building. Tom has always worked hard to keep an orderly and clean school that everyone can enjoy. He does the difficult jobs that crop up on a day-to-day basis, such as fixing a leaky faucet, cleaning a variety of spills, and yes, disposing of mice that may have entered the building to escape the cold weather outside. Tom walks the building to make sure that any repairs that arise are attended to. During COVID, Tom has been the point person to provide our staff with the cleaning materials that they need. Many of our elementary grade teachers are so appreciative of the care and meticulous cleaning that Tom provides over the summer and throughout the school year. Each September, Driscoll teachers return to their summer break and are amazed at how clean their rooms are. Tom not only has their floors and counter spaces sparkling and ready to receive students, but they notice that he actually gets on top of a ladder and dusts above the ceiling mounted in-focus projectors, and believe it or not, he dusts on top of the clocks. Teachers have commented to me that their rooms are impeccable. The floors are never sticky and pencil shavings are emptied on a daily basis. Teachers rave about his attention to detail as well as the care that he puts into his job. Aside from being well organized and a super cleaner, Tom has a huge heart. He enjoys being part of a school community. Not many people know that for a period of time, the scoreboard for the gym at the old Devotion School needed to be replaced. Tom was the one who donated the money for a brand new scoreboard. At the Driscoll School, Tom consistently donates money to our PTO each year to help support the work of our teachers and students. At Driscoll, Tom enjoys interacting with our staff during our monthly outings outside of school. As a part owner of a restaurant in the town of Dedham, Tom even provided transportation to bring our staff to and from his restaurant as a way of saying thanks to our amazing Driscoll staff. Tom is such a hard worker. He always comes to work early, opens up the school, and makes sure that students come into a clean and welcoming building. Our staff and school community truly appreciates all that Tom has contributed to our school over the years. I want to congratulate Tom on his 30 years of service to the Driscoll School, as well as other schools in the public schools of Brookline.
Matt, would you like to offer a few comments?
Thank you. I'll be brief because David did such an excellent job. He even captured that Tom was a part-time restaurateur and a business owner. He's also served on the negotiating team for a number of years and has been a union representative. Has been a junior custodian, a senior custodian more than once. And, you know, his attention to detail in the simplest terms, Tom is an excellent cleaner, right? So he's also a character. He's can be an interesting guy to talk to, and I hope you get the chance to meet Tom and wish him well for the rest of the school year as the school year winds down.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you, David, and congratulations to Tom. Helen, I see your hand, and then Val.
Yeah, I'd like to just say a word or two. I've known Tom since I was PTO president at the high school. So that was even before the 30 years of being on the school committee. And he has been an amazing staff member. He's always there when you need him and does the work. And actually, David, what you were talking about is called, there's a term for it, high dusting. And and I'm glad to hear that he does it, and I'm not surprised. Robin, I hope that maybe we can clip this piece because I see that Tom is not with us so that he could hear what the wonderful things that people have said about him. So thank you.
So I just wanted to thank Tommy. He is such a character, as Matt and David alluded to, but he fits right in at Driscoll, which is also fantastic. He's so much part of the fabric of the Driscoll community. And I just want to congratulate him on his 30 years. It's amazing. And he's just an amazing human with all of the kids, each and every one of them. So thank you, Tommy.
Thank you, Jennifer.
I just want to add my congratulations. Tom's also on the advisory board for Brookline Adult and Community Ed, and he's just such a strong supporter of the public schools of Brookline. Just such a fierce advocate and has such a strong love of the public schools of Brookline. And I just wish him all the best and such congratulations. Such a strong commitment, 30 years with our school system. So I just wish him congratulations. I'm very proud of such a great employee.
Awesome, thank you. So our second 2020 honoree tonight will be introduced by Principal Finnegan and Principal Crowley to speak on behalf of Lawrence, current Lawrence teacher and former Runkle fifth grade teacher, Deborah Mercer. So I'm not sure who wants to go first.
Oh, you know I'm going to go first, right? So Deb was at Runkle for a really long time. So it's great to see everybody. And I too want to just thank you, Claire, because I've been to many school committee meetings and been so impressed with you. I can't believe you're only a senior in high school. You're amazing. So Deb Mercer, where are you, Debbie? Deb Mercer reached her 30th year in Brookline in 2020. So this is a well-deserved, albeit delayed celebration. I've known Deb for 12 years. Marion Voros, who's another celebrated honoree tonight, would have given a great speech for her good friend and colleague, but I think I need to thank Deb because she convinced Marion to come to this celebration. So we're so happy that you're both here. Deb has taught third grade, fourth grade, and fifth grade. She taught that at the Dalton School in New York City before coming to us. She was hired by legendary Runkle principal Marty Sleeper. Deb worked closely with Dr. Sleeper and the Facing History in Ourselves organization to bring this important work to teachers and students at Runkle. She was strongly influenced as a teacher by Jim Walsh, who was a Brookline Public School superintendent. Deb worked closely with Judy Steinberg, a poet in residence at Runkle. She was a teacher mentor, as well as a mentor to 2 Brookline police officers the first year that we introduced DARE in our schools. I've only known Deb as the enrichment and challenge specialist, but her legacy in Brookline is long and expansive. Deb started at Runkle as a 5th grade teacher. She job shared with Emily Gaberman back when we used to do that. And she acted as her informal mentor. And Emily Gaberman is just retired as a principal from Needham and spoke very highly of Deb and helped me. Emily shared that Deb always had high expectations for all of her students and that she loved the tricky kids who may have needed extra attention. After teaching 6th grade, Deb became a teacher in what was then called the Gifted and Talented program in Brookline. She was a co-coordinator of the Gifted and Talented program for 1 year with Carolyn Miller. The program eventually changed to Enrichment and Challenge Support. This is the role that defined Deb Mercer. Over the years, she was able to develop strong relationships with students and their families. She always put her students' strengths at the center of her teaching and learning. Deb believes that there is no limit or boundary to what a student can accomplish or achieve. No question is too small. Deb believes it's important for students to be engaged and empowered with their learning. She often shared, curiosity is contagious, mistakes are opportunities, and a little goes a long way. Deb works selflessly to foster students' pathways to internal motivation. Deb single-handedly brought the cardboard challenge to Runkle. She lived through so many classroom and office moves here at Runkle and really never complained. She did this with grace, and she always found space and time to engage students in the 4 C's: creativity, collaboration, critical thinking, and communication. Deb did this in her own classroom, shared office space, and with a maker space on a cart. I recently had the opportunity to view a video that a senior from Brookline High sent to Deb for a teacher appreciation assignment. Lilia, who was a Runkle student, spoke of her memories of spending time in Miss Mercer's office, doing logic puzzles and creative activities. She thanked Miss Mercer for making space for her to be, her words, a nerd, and work out all the things that sparked joy in her learning. Lilia took advantage of that all that high school had to offer: music, drama, technology, nature, and science. She's off to Princeton and credits Miss Mercer for much of her learning success. I'm sure there are many students from Runkle and other places that feel the same way. Deb has come full circle and is back teaching 5th grade, where she started at Lawrence, as she once did at Runkle. Although there is no ECS program in Brookline, I know that Deb is enriching and challenging her Lawrence 5th graders. Congratulations on all your success, and thank you for the past 32 years in Brookline, Deb. And Monica's going to say a few words.
So Donna's known Deb for 12 years. She said, I've only known Deb for 10 months, but you know, life is all about quality, not quantity. So here we go. Deb joined the Lawrence Learning Community this past September for the first time. She stepped into an open grade 5 position and has never looked back. She and I immediately connected over our belief in the power of yet. We talked about how the mindset of not yet has helped us personally and as educators. She has taken this mindset and has made it the air that her students breathe in 5M. Every student in Deb's class feels valued, knows that they can achieve, and that Deb is there to support them every step of the way. I am so grateful for all the experiences and opportunities Deb had at the Runkle School, as it has shaped her into the kind, caring, and effective educator she is today at the Lawrence School. I also enjoy our personal conversations about life, aging parents, and continuing to learn who we are as people and how we still want to learn and grow. I'm so glad you came to Lawrence, Deb. Thank you and congratulations.
Congratulations, Deb. I see Helen's hand. I was going to give Deb a second.
I've been around so long, I know everybody. And I can't just let the opportunity pass. I mean, I've known Deb longer than both Donna and Hillary as a parent at Runkle. She had my daughter, who I spoke to today, who spoke very fondly of her. And I want to thank you for all the hard work you've done over the years. You've been amazing, and we're really the better for it. Thank you.
Jennifer?
I'm sorry. It's just amazing to have the employees who have been with us for such longevity. And I'm just so grateful that you've been with us for so long. So thank you so much that what you've given to our community and our children. I'm really appreciative. Thank you so much for all your hard work and dedication. We're the greater for it. Thank you so much. So appreciative. Thank you, Deb.
Thank you, Jennifer. Deb, would you like to make a few remarks?
Well, I can retire now after all those wonderful comments. Thank you so much to my two wonderful, amazing principals, Donna and Monica. You are amazing leaders, and I learned so much from both of you, as well as have a lot of fun. Donna, I'm sure you don't miss that I used every ounce of cardboard in your school to do the cardboard challenge. I'm hopefully going to do it in June, Monica. I haven't told Mike that yet. Dr. Guillory, thank you to you for coming to Brookline. Thank you to the school committee for that wonderful reception earlier. Congrats to all of the honorees here tonight. I want to thank my Runkle family, all the parents, all the amazing teachers, lifelong friends and colleagues, and also my new Lawrence family. I love my Lawrence family. I want to thank my grade 5 team. I was sort of the wild card, and I'm just enjoying the year so much. Thank you to Marty Sleeper for hiring me, who knew it would be so many years. Thank you to my own kids. I think they're Zooming and listening to me now. I was always the first one to call them in to do their homework, and they are employed. And thank you so much. You're great kids. And also thank you to my mom, who I want to honor as my greatest teacher. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Deb. And for our third 2020 honoree tonight, we will have Mr. Denizio speak on behalf of Lincoln Math Specialist Hillary Rosenzweig.
Thank you, Dr. Guillory and school committee, for giving me the opportunity to be here tonight to recognize Hillary. So what has stood out to me during the 8 years I've worked with Hillary is the way that she is continually growing and pushing herself. Her curiosity and desire to learn is infectious. And it doesn't matter whether the audience is fellow educators, students, or parents. She has a knack for connecting and helping you believe in your potential. And I've had that opportunity even as a student of hers back pre-COVID when she taught a math class for fellow math educators, and I snuck in as an administrator as well. So fellow math specialist Malia Scott said of Hillary that she sets high expectations for herself and those she works with, both her students and her colleagues, and provides the support, guidance, and encouragement we all need to be our best selves. And I think it's that best selves part that stands out. Hillary is continually herself a work in progress and pushing all of us to work to always be our best selves for our students. When I set about writing remarks for tonight, I found myself marveling as I think about the changes that Hillary has brought about at Lincoln just in the time that I've been working with her. She's helped to remake math learning in our school a couple of times, and that's work that doesn't come easily. You need a lot of money in the bank with your colleagues to bring about the kind of adaptive changes Hillary supported. But she's built that capital through a career spent walking the walk and always exploring and trying out ways to better serve students. Fifth grade Lincoln teacher Corey Clifford said, whether it's helping to set up math stations, putting together project-based learning, or learning a new curriculum, she brings contagious enthusiasm for continuous improvement. Hillary's curiosity and push for growth, it goes beyond just math, right? In recent years, she did the training to become a trainer with the SEED program, the Seeking Educational Equity and Diversity. She's co-led SEED courses at Lincoln and elsewhere in the district. And she pushes her colleagues and myself to look critically at our practices and the systems that are in our classrooms and school-wide. Now, all of this growth can sometimes mean uncomfortable conversations, but Hillary never shies away from them. Her unquestionable commitment to putting students first means that even if it rocks the boat, colleagues know that she's focused on what is best for students. And so again, to close out, I want to rely on the person with whom Hillary works most closely at Lincoln, Malia Scott, who said, "I have felt so blessed to work with Hillary. Our collaboration through the years has made me a much better teacher and pushed me to always keep learning and growing professionally. She pushes me to take risks and tackle projects I would never take on my own. With her by my side, I always know we will be successful, even if I am well outside of my comfort zone." So, Hillary, congratulations and thank you for your now more than 30 years of service to students at Lincoln. Thank you for being a model of what it means to have a growth mindset and for teaching this English major to have a positive math identity. Turn it over to Hillary if she'd like to say a few words.
Well, it's really hard to make me speechless. And but Brian, you made me speechless. Trying to compose myself. I'm very, very touched by your presentation. Thank you. Dr. Guillory and members of the school committee, thank you for carving out time to recognize and commemorate longevity. I began teaching in Brookline in the fall of 1988. Right? It is a long time ago. And yet I still recall the bubbly excitement I felt walking into the building the first day. In all honesty, I still get the bubbly, excited feeling as I pull into the Lincoln School parking lot, as I know I will see and soon be with my Brookline home, meeting and working with my second family. Over the years, my colleagues have inspired me. I have worked alongside tremendously committed and passionate individuals, both at Lincoln and in my math specialist community. I am the professional I am today because of the collaboration and deep thinking we do about our students and our practice. It is this work that helps me keep energized and committed to Brookline. I am deeply honored to have the privilege of working in this community. I am far from being done. So thank you for this evening. And Brian, a special thank you for being a principal who respects the value of longevity and provides me room to nurture my passions. Congratulations, everyone. This is a wonderful night.
Thank you so much, Hillary. And now we're going to move on to our 2021 honorees. We have two, I believe, in this category. Florida Ruffin Ridley School teacher, grade 3 teacher, Gretchen Albertini. Is she here with us? I don't think Gretchen is making it tonight. Isn't able to be here today, but we congratulate and thank her for her 30+ years of service in the public schools of Brookline. Coincidentally, I had the pleasure of joining Ms. Albertini today at Ridley for the JFK Historic Site 3rd grade essay celebration. So with that, is Ms. Buller? Do I see Ms. Buller? I don't think Ms. Buller is here, but we wanted to acknowledge Ms. Albertini. Our next honoree is again back to the Lincoln School for Principal Brian Denizio to speak on behalf of literacy, Lincoln's School Literacy Specialist, Liz Cook.
Hey, thank you again, Dr. Guillory and School Committee for the chance to speak this evening about Liz Cook. So earlier this week, while I was pondering what it is I would say tonight about Liz Cook, she went ahead and gave me the quintessential Liz moment. And as I've seen her do for 8 years working with her, she was making things a little bit easier for me. So on Monday morning, Liz emailed the Lincoln School staff to inquire if anybody was interested in joining her in a teacher study group to learn Japanese. She outlined a plan for when they could meet, as well as a list of reasons why she thought it was important to do. And among the reasons she cited, and I want to quote her here, is that she wanted to gain an even deeper understanding and appreciation for how challenging it is for EL students to learn another language. And in the case of Japanese and other languages, with the added layer of learning markings to sound of a completely different language system. Liz is so endlessly compassionate and dedicated to her students and her work. She's curious and the definition of a lifelong learner. Her colleague, literacy specialist Katie Stoll, highlighted this trait when she said, even though she's so knowledgeable about the work she does and so many other things, she still works hard to stay engaged with new research about best practice so she can use it in her work with students. One of my first memories of Liz is when I first started at Lincoln and I was fresh out of my graduate program in language and literacy. And she asked if she could sit down with me one day so I could share with her all of the most recent research I'd heard as part of the program. Again, I'm going to rely a lot on Katie for this because she gave me a fantastic closer here in her comment about Liz. She said, I'll quote, she said, Liz to me is what Betty White is to America. She is beloved and an absolute legend who deserves all of our respect and admiration. But to be clear, I don't think she's old, just a legend who everyone adores. So congratulations, Liz, on over 30 years of service to students of Brookline at Lincoln, and thank you for being the amazing teacher and colleague that you are. Thank you, Liz.
Thank you, Brian. Wow. Thank you so much for being such a thoughtful, supportive, and dedicated leader in our school. You show humanity every single day, and it is greatly appreciated. I love my job. The kids are endlessly curious. The colleagues are phenomenal. And one of the great advantages of being a specialist is that I get a chance to work with so many different teachers and paras and also other staff. And I've learned something from every single member of our school, kids, staff and faculty and parents too. So I'm so grateful. Thank you, Superintendent Guillory and the school committee for a lovely afternoon. I really appreciate this 30-year recognition. I started as a intern with Barbara Scotto at Driscoll School 32 years ago, and I've been all 31 years at Lincoln. And you've really grown me as a teacher. Brookline has grown me up as a teacher, and I continue to hope to grow. And I also do want to thank the union for their tireless 3 decades of work for us. I think everybody, I'm just so grateful for everything. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Liz. Now we move on to our 2022 honorees. We have 3 awardees here. Our first awardee is not able to be with us, Pierce EL teacher Yaping Tang, but we want to congratulate her and thank her for her 30 years of service to the public schools of Brookline. Congratulations, Ms. Tang. Next, we have Principal Lewis at Baker School to speak on behalf of Baker's social studies teacher, Jacqueline Halo. Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, Dr. Guillory. I'm really excited to speak about Jacqueline Hollow at this time. I also want to first congratulate Laura, a Baker alum, on being voted into the school committee. You're going to do a great job. I remember you here at Baker during my first year here right before COVID hit. And I'm really excited that you're now going to be doing a lot of the good things for the Brookline High School and for the district. All right, so it is my sincere pleasure to acknowledge Jacqueline Hollow of the EUC Baker School for her 30 years of service to the public schools of Brookline. In a relatively short time in this district, I've come to know Jacqueline as a dedicated educator that understands the critical and societal importance of social science and civic education. All that said, in order to best capture the educator, mentor, and friend that is Jacqueline, Social Studies Coordinator Greg Porter and I reached out to her Baker and Brookline colleagues and wished to share some of the highlights of the many, many responses we received to our request, from those that have known her for a few months, those who have known her for 20 years. From Kathy Conti, English teacher at Lincoln School. I was lucky to work with Jacqueline during our stint at the Remote Learning Academy last year. Her energy, enthusiasm, and tireless efforts are impressive to say the least. She is not satisfied with the status quo. That year, she was instrumental in bringing a team of high school students into our classes to work with students around issues of identity and race. It's a year I will always treasure, and our 8th grade students felt the same. From Tina Collins, Spanish teacher at Lincoln. I was lucky to teach across the hall from Jacqueline for the first 18 years of my teaching career at Baker School. We quickly developed a friendship that will last far beyond our teaching days. Jacqueline is an exemplary educator, and I'm honored to have had the opportunity to work with her. Congratulations on 30 years. From Amanda David, grade 6 teacher at at Baker. In the short time I've known Jacqueline, I've developed a deep admiration for her as an educator. Not only is she passionate about teaching history and civic engagement to our future generations, she's also adept at cultivating social skills and fostering a sense of belonging in her classes. She truly makes students feel seen and valued wherever she is present. From Yasmin Sharif, grade 6 teacher at Baker. I've known Jacqueline for many years, and working with her this year, I have seen firsthand how Jacqueline interacts with students and curriculum, and it has been very impressive. She is kind and thoughtful with students, cares deeply about their learning, and is eager to do her best work each and every day. We've been lucky to have her on our team this year. From Donald Petrie, grade 8 social studies teacher at Lincoln. I've had the pleasure of working with Jacqueline for my entire tenure in Brookline, 22 years. She has championed our curriculum, she's been innovative in our teaching, and she brought countless guest speakers into our classes. She has always incorporated a great deal of reading varied texts and offered multiple writing assignments to best address the varied needs of students. And her own family history has always played a key role in her teaching philosophy and pedagogy. Personally, I've gained a great deal of confidence in my teaching by listening to and learning from Jacqueline. And finally, from Pamela Penwarden, grade 8 English teacher at Baker. I've had the privilege of teaching with Jacqueline for almost a decade. She's both a mentor and friend. Her passion for social studies and civic engagement is inspirational. Jacqueline's commitment to her students and their academic success has grown stronger over the years, as her passion has for teaching. She embraces the ever-changing world of pedagogy with vigor and continues to grow herself as an educator. Every year, former Baker students seek out Jacqueline to thank her for how well she prepared them for Brookline High. Jacqueline's legacy is her unwavering enthusiasm for teaching no matter what challenges are presented to her. These quotes not only reflect the strong relationships Jacqueline has made with her colleagues over years in Brookline, but also relationships she has built in the Baker community. It is clear that her love of teaching, her ability to be in tune to the needs of her students, and her passion for the content of her courses have combined to make Jacqueline a tremendous part of the success of our whole community. And Jacqueline, I want you to know this. There are many, many more quotes, and we'll be sure to share them all with you. So thank you for your many years of devoted growth and development of the students of Brookline, and I wish you the best and congratulations.
Thank you very much. That's very kind, Torrance. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Dr. Guillory and all the school committee members. I'll make it short and brief. I've been very, very fortunate. And Laura, I just want to say hi and congratulations. I'm not surprised to see you in this position. You are a student of incredible integrity and quality when I had you, and I'm delighted to see you. And I know you'll make sure that the voice of all people is heard. And so congratulations to you. I've just been very, very fortunate to have found a career that was a calling. And I am indebted to being part of the Brookline system for all these years. And I look forward to being part of it for many more. And I look forward to continue growing and to helping students to find their voice, to make a difference in this world, and to understand that every person counts, every vote counts, and that in order to make this country and this world a better place, we all have to dive in, get our hands dirty, and do good work. And it's been a pleasure to try to inspire my students to do that. And I've been inspired and very grateful to all my colleagues at Baker. I started at Pierce for 1 year and then went to Baker. And I thank Tom Cavanaugh very much for hiring me many years ago and giving me the opportunity and for having my journey continue. And thank you, Torrance, and everyone. And congratulations to all my colleagues. Some of us have journeyed together on a lot of different Brookline committees and activities and learning challenges. And I also want to give a shout out to my kids if they're on here. My oldest daughter is a high school teacher in LA, helping communities of students who have not as advantaged as our Brookline students in general are. And she is teaching American history. So that makes me very proud. And my other children are also incredibly dedicated and committed to making this world a better place. And so I'm very proud of that too. And I wish everybody congratulations. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Jacqueline. Our final honoree, 2022 honoree tonight, we're going to pass the mic back to Principal Finnegan to speak on behalf of Runkle's second grade teacher, Marian Voros.
Thank you, Dr. Guillory. And Jacqueline, congratulations. 2 Finnegans are political science majors, if it makes you feel any better. So thank you for that. This is so easy to speak about Marian. I met Marian over 20 years ago, so we have a history. I'm sure she doesn't remember the first day that we met, but I was the new speech and language pathologist at Runkle. I was teaching in the K2 wing, and I had just scraped the side view mirror off her car on Buckminster Road. And I had to walk into Runkle and introduce myself to Marian, explain to her that I took off her side view mirror. And she just looked at me and said, "Great, I just replaced it last week." So I was the second person to have hit it. There's a lot of snow on Buckminster Road in the winter, and it was January, and she was very calm about that. Do you remember that, Marian? No, see, she doesn't even remember. Marian always has remained calm in chaotic situations. Her background at Runkle includes teaching 4th grade with Jay Sugarman, 1st grade, special education, and then 2nd grade, where she has spent most of her years here at Runkle. She has an ability to deeply understand her students and provide the environment and support that they need. Her colleagues describe her as an educator who is not afraid to take risks. Marian values teamwork and collaboration. She is the greatest advocate for all of her students and a clear communicator with families. If a student is struggling, Marian makes it her job to find a pathway for this student, and she makes it her project, and she's highly dedicated. She's passionate about challenging her students. She loves project-based learning and looks for ways to infuse this type of learning opportunities into her classroom. Marian collaborated for years with Deb Mercer, another honoree tonight, to enrich the curriculum and challenge all students through the ECS program. Together, they mentored and taught hundreds of students over the years in creating hands-on activities to engage them in learning. They were the first teachers to embrace our makerspace on wheels, and their students loved every minute of their learning experiences. The pandemic was hard on all of us, and Marian knew that the best place for her to teach was the Remote Learning Academy for multiple reasons. Technology has not always been Marian's best friend, and I can say that because we're very close in age. And you can never, ever ask to see her desktop. It will cause severe panic. But that disorganized desktop is a brilliant mind, and I think people really need to know that. She worked tirelessly to reach her students in the RLA. She found ways to support their social emotional needs that she brought back into her classrooms these past 2 years. One of the RLA families noticed that she was being honored tonight and reached out. Her comment was, "You created a 2V community and a sense of stability and normalcy for our kids in a very tough year. Because of you, their education wasn't disrupted, and our daughter was ready for 3rd grade, academically and socially. Thank you for all you've done for Brookline kids. You are an amazing teacher." And Marian, first and foremost, is the most wonderful mother to her son, Shawnee. She took great care of her parents and has always put her family first. Marian is a Runkle legend, and we love having you as a part of our Runkle family. Congratulations, Marian.
Technology. I had to find the unmute. I had to find the unmute button. Thank you for your thoughtful words, Donna, and thank you to everyone here who's taking the time to acknowledge this milestone in our careers. When I first went to Brookline as an undergraduate student teacher, I never imagined or could have foreseen that 35 years later, I would be celebrating this milestone here. Having worked and having had the opportunity to work for 30 years in the very place that inspired me in teaching and learning. And it's truly the place that launched me, and where I have learned and grown alongside my students all these years. The best part of this journey for me and has been and continues to be the opportunity to wake up and see the world through my students' eyes and through their hearts, through the students that are sitting in front of me each day. It's daily a humbling experience. It's a daily challenge that is constantly refocusing me and readjusting my perspective to what's important. Every day brings new hopes, new opportunities, new challenges. And every day that I look out at the students sitting in front of me is the most important day of my teaching life. And for that reason, I'm very grateful to have the opportunity to do what I do every day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marion. Any other comments? Helen, I see your hand.
Yeah, I can't keep my mouth shut today, but I want to thank all the honorees for your years of service. You are the people that make Brookline special for our kids, for our families. It's really, truly amazing. You know, many of you probably don't even know, 20 years ago when I was chair of the school committee, a teacher from Lawrence came up to me and said, you know, I've been here 30 years and nobody's ever done anything for me. And I thought, you're right. We should do something. And that began this event that we've had every year except during the pandemic. And in the first year, there were probably 40 teachers that we celebrated. And every year, it really warms my heart that all of you are here and have given so much to Brookline, and we're thankful. So that was what I wanted to share.
Jennifer?
I know I keep talking to, I want to thank all of the honorees. To me, it's a really big deal. 30 years is such a commitment to our district and to the students. And I've missed this the last few years. This is one of the things I most enjoyed when I came on school committee. I love when our students come and when our educators come and we celebrate. So I've really missed it. And I'm so glad that we could come together this year and celebrate the last few years of this. So 30, 31, and 32 years. It's a huge commitment. And I'm just so glad that you could all come and celebrate with us tonight. Thank you so much for your commitment. It really is truly valued. So thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to acknowledge how much hard work this is, that you've been doing this for 30 years and you keep smiling and you keep showing up and you keep giving it your all. And you continue to look for areas where you can grow and become stronger even after all your years. And as an educator, I know how much work it is, and to be doing it for 30, 32, 35 years. We hope you're not leaving us. We're just recognizing you. But thank you so much for all your work. That's for sure.
Thank you, Suzanne. So again, I would like to say congratulations to all of you. I certainly have enjoyed our time together and spending time in your spaces, and look forward to seeing you in the coming weeks and months and years in those cases. So thank you all for your dedication and service. I want to also thank our principals and leaders that came out to share in and partake in this evening. Thank you for your words. I mean, it's always inspirational to hear how educators have touched you as well as touched the lives of those they're directly entrusted to. So thank you for sharing those stories. And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Committee Chair Perlman.
I also would like to echo the thank yous for all of our teachers who are being honored tonight. You all impart a lot of wisdom onto generations of students. You impact them in an enduring way. You help create the sense of community that many of us still get to enjoy. A lot of students will come back to the schools that they once attended and visit many of you and talk about what it is that they learned and the positive experiences they had. And even for those who may not physically go back, they at least have those memories that they carry with them. I personally had Miss Albertini as my student teacher in 3rd grade. And I remember her as a very fierce advocate for multisensory learning. And she taught reading in a very creative way that still sticks with me to this day. So I'm personally thankful to Miss Albertini, and I'm sure that many other students are very thankful for all the lessons that you provided to them, both academically and also the social and emotional support that you provided to them and helping inspire them for what they would later become. So thank you all very much. All right, that brings us to our next item. And I'm going to hand it over to Andy. Go ahead, Andy. Andy, we don't hear you.
Andy, you're muted.
Okay, now I hope you can hear me.
Yes, go ahead.
I'm not good with technology, as you just saw. So on behalf of the negotiations subcommittee, I have the honor to present to the school committee 4 memoranda of agreement with the BEU units A and B. These cover 2 consecutive 3-year periods, 2020 to 23, followed by 2023 to 26. The bargaining teams reached these tentative agreements on the morning of May 17th, and they were ratified last night by the BEU membership. So we described the terms in our public statement of May 17th, and the MOAs themselves are up on the school committee website for anyone who wants to see them under the meeting documents for tonight. Briefly, the terms include a 6% across the board wage increase over the first 3 years, followed by 8% over the second 3 years, and an additional 1% at 11:59 p.m. on the last day of the contract. Starting in fall of 2023, there will be increases to longevity pay for educators with more than 10 years of service. There's language saying that the BEU recognizes that the superintendent has authority to grant professional teacher status to educators, including educators of underrepresented groups, as soon as allowed under the law. And there's language ensuring that the 5 weekly prep periods that each teacher already has will be spread out evenly across the week rather than bunched onto particular days. So that's already guaranteed for some teachers under the previous contract, and for others, it takes effect in fall 23, and for still others in fall of 25. So those are the sort of the highlights. So as everyone knows, our bargaining team worked exceptionally hard to reach these agreements. And over time, the team has included Suzanne, Mariah, Val, and David, in addition to me. I'd like to thank also our senior staff and building leaders who advised us, and in particular, Linus, Sam, and Ty, who were with us all the way to the end. So even though the second pair of agreements runs for more than 4 years into the future, we can still vote them now and approve them now, and we'll just need to vote them again after July 1st as a formality. So I now move that the school committee approve these 4 agreements with the BEU units A and B, extending through August 31st, 2026.
Second.
Right. Andy, as a technicality, I think we have to vote each contract separately. So why don't we go first with the BEU Unit A contract from September 1st, 2020 through August 31st, 2023. And if there's a second to that. All right, Valerie. Suzanne, your vote?
Yes.
Jennifer?
Yes.
Helen?
Yes.
Val?
Yes.
Mariah?
Yes.
Andy?
Yes.
And I also, Nancy?
Yes.
And I also, oh, Stephen?
Yes.
And I also vote yes. All right, back to you, Andy. Want to do the next one?
Oh, I forget which is the one we just did.
We just did September 1st, 2020 through August 31st, 2023.
That was for
Unit A.
Unit A. All right, so let's do Unit A, September 1st, 2023 to August 31st, 2026. I'll move that.
I'll second it.
All right, Suzanne,
Yes.
Andy,
Yes.
Val,
Yes.
Stephen,
Yes.
Mariah,
Yes.
Helen,
Yes.
Nancy,
Yes.
Jennifer,
Yes.
and I also vote yes. All right,
All right.
next up, Andy.
Next, I'll move Unit B, September 1st, 2020 through August 31st, 2023.
I'll second. Andy,
Yes.
Val,
Yes.
Suzanne,
Yes.
Stephen,
Yes.
Mariah,
Yes.
Helen,
Yes.
Nancy,
Yes.
Jennifer,
Yes.
and I also vote yes.
And finally, we have Unit B, September 1st, 2023 through August 31st, 2026. I'll move that.
Second.
All right, Andy,
Yes.
Val,
Yes.
Suzanne,
Yes.
Stephen,
Yes.
Mariah,
Yes.
Helen,
Yes.
Nancy,
Yes.
Jennifer,
Yes.
and I also vote yes. Suzanne, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to give a shout out to Andy. He stepped in as chair of the negotiations subcommittee. It was a lot of work. He put a lot of hours in besides all the negotiation hours that we did. And I just want to say thank you, Andy. That was the best move I ever made, was to make you chair of the negotiations subcommittee. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne. Yeah, I think throughout all of this, the negotiating subcommittee understood that we had the full confidence of the school committee, and that was very important to us. And without that, I don't think we could have achieved anything. So thanks to all of you. And could I also say on behalf of the school committee, I'd like to thank PSB caregivers and Brookline residents for their patience during the long and controversial process that led to this agreement. We know that our community elected the school committee to do the best that we could for our students, and that is what we strove for during these negotiations. And so we're glad to have reached an agreement whose terms acknowledge the needs of students and educators, as well as the financial reality of the town.
Anyone else like to speak to any of these agreements? Stephen?
I just want to echo Suzanne's appreciation for Andy in this and for the rest of the negotiation subcommittee as well. When I was elected a year ago to the school committee, I spent some time campaigning, talking with teachers and feeling that I would want to be a strong advocate for teachers as a member of the school committee. And when this became such a rancorous process, I was relieved to feel constantly that the negotiating team was always working in good faith. And I really believe that. So despite the difficulty that we just endured, I hope everyone can join me in showing some appreciation for the negotiating committee for working so hard and in such good faith to come to this agreement. And I hope it also genuinely serves as a foundation for much more peaceful relations going forward.
Mariah?
I'm just going to put my second to appreciation for Andy and enthusiasm for a phase which we can look at towards the other issues and all be collaboratively addressing the needs of the school district. I'm excited for what comes next.
Jennifer?
Yes, I am. I'm very excited about the future. I'm very excited for the district and for our educators to finish out this school year and look forward going into the summer and starting out the next school year with contracts. I'm just very excited for the district and the educators and parents and families to have contracts. I'm very excited about the future, and I'm so grateful that all the parties could come to agreement. So I'm looking forward to a very bright future full of good work and positivity.
Anyone else? So I would like to also add that last night the BEU met and they also ratified all 4 of these agreements that we just voted on as a school committee. So that thereby makes it official. So thank you to everyone who is involved. It was an arduous process, but we reached an excellent result. And now we can, as others have said, move on and focus on other issues with our schools. Next up is Sam Ribbon, who I believe is going to provide an introduction for us on a memorandum of agreement with AFSCME.
Yes, thank you very much, David. And so I'm pleased to report, and I also want to thank Ty Fluker, Matt Gillis, and Sasha Palmer, who joined me, and Nick Damianello to comprise our team. And I want to thank the food service workers for their hard work, especially during a pandemic where food insecurity, if we didn't have it before, we certainly had it during, and went above and beyond to provide meals for students that otherwise, and families that would otherwise go without and be hungry. And so I'm forever grateful. With respect to that, I wanted to come up with an agreement that was both fair to the employees and also fiscally responsible to the program. The program is a self-sustaining, self-operating program. We have agreed with AFSCME for a 3-year continuation of a collective bargaining agreement that would begin July 1st, 2021 and run through June, so it's retroactive to the beginning of this fiscal year, through end of fiscal 24, June 30th. I don't know if this is the time to get into the specifics of the deal, just to know that it's certainly, as I had said, a fair agreement on both sides. The one thing I would point out is a couple of highlights for this is we're going to provide with employee input and standardized uniforms so that our employees look the best, present themselves in the best way, have comfortable uniforms, and have a consistent look throughout. The other thing we're doing is in anticipation of not having free lunches going forward after maybe next year, is to add a chef manager to the high school to motivate and improve offerings and increase participation, as well as provide enhanced incentives, bonuses in the concept of sharing the wealth and having higher participation rates that are, once we have evidence, it'll be a win-win where we'll be able to provide decent incentives that are material to the employee while making sure that the program will be sustainable, and not only sustainable, but generate enough income to be reinvested into equipment, serving lines, point of sale displays, training, and the like. And so again, I'm pleased to report, and it was ratified yesterday by AFSCME as well. Happy to answer any questions, but that's pretty much the gist of it.
All right, are there any questions for Sam? Seeing none, would someone like to move the memorandum of agreement with AFSCME school food service employees?
I'll move it.
All right, thank you, Andy. Is there a second? Thank you, Valerie. All right, Andy, your vote?
Yes.
Valerie?
Yes.
Suzanne?
Yes.
Stephen?
Yes.
Mariah?
Yes.
Helen?
Yes.
Nancy?
Yes.
Jennifer?
Yes.
And I also vote yes. So that makes 5 contracts approved today. All right. Next item on the agenda is administrative business, the consent agenda. The past records of school committee meetings on May 12th and May 15th, acceptance of gifts and acceptance of grants. Would someone like to move the consent agenda? Thank you, Stephen. Is there a second? Thank you, Suzanne. Andy, your vote?
Yes.
Valerie?
Yes.
Suzanne?
Yes.
Stephen?
Yes.
Mariah?
Yes.
Helen?
Yes.
Nancy?
Yes.
Jennifer?
Yes.
And I also vote yes. That brings us to the superintendent's report and spotlight on excellence. Dr. Guillory?
Thank you all so much, and good evening again. I want to begin by certainly acknowledging our friends, colleagues, and families down in the great state of Texas who are once again experiencing a tragic, have experienced a tragic experience. So again, our heartfelt sympathy to our colleagues down in Uvalde. I do want to take a moment just to know that that's the space that we are in, that we carry that. And let's just take a moment. So I would like to begin our superintendent's report tonight with an update on where we are in our community. A COVID-19 update, stress survey. June is Pride Month. We have an upcoming BHS ribbon ceremony, BHS ribbon cutting ceremony, BHS graduation celebrations, some experiences with our community engagement, and then our spotlight on excellence. So I was just doing a quick check to see where we are as a community. And Trish Laham has reported that Brookline is still in the orange category. So through Segal and Trish, as well as other medical experts, we're keeping a close eye on where we stand, and we're still in the orange. So that means that our masking will continue for another moment. The CDC and FDA have authorized booster shots for individuals ages 5 through 11. That was done May 19th. Masks are still required in town-owned buildings, and that started again on the 23rd. And the next vaccine clinic will be held at Lincoln School on the 31st. Peer School Stress Survey, as part of their service learning project, Peer 6th grade student Jonathan Hanna and his classmates are conducting a community survey on stress. Please feel free to pass the survey along to members of the Brookline community to complete. And the survey link was sent out in the last superintendent's update. June is Pride Month in celebration of LGBTQ+ Pride Month. PSB is working with town partners to continue the annual tradition of painting pride crosswalks at schools, a project that initially began in 2019 when the crosswalk was painted on Washington Street adjacent to Town Hall. Sidewalks have already been painted at Heath, Lincoln, and Driscoll, with more events planned at Baker, Lawrence, BHS, Ridley, Runkle, and Pierce. Contact your school's GSA for more information there. you're invited. I think at our last school committee meeting, we put this date out, but we want to put it out again more broadly, that Wednesday, June 8th will be the ribbon cutting ceremony for the new buildings at the high school. So the time is at 5 o'clock for the vision and ribbon cutting, and then 4 o'clock and 5:45, there will be tours, guided tours of the new building. So we ask all that can and are able to participate there, and there's the QR code for more information. Brookline High commencement is slated for Sunday, June 5th, and then there's also several programs that are hosting additional celebrations. We have the Medco graduate celebration that's happening tomorrow. We have the ACE ceremony on June 2nd and the SWS ceremony on June 3rd. Again, the BHS overall commencement is Sunday, June 5th. A community engagement. I had the great honor of joining our third graders at the celebration of the DPW open house. And I can tell you it was a great event. Learned quite a bit about what happens inside and outside of Brookline. And there are a few shots of that event there. Kids had a really, really good time learning about how the sewer and storm drains are cleaned. They got to do some planting, taking plants home and all the good stuff there. I also had an opportunity to visit BHS robotics class Friday as well to see some of the exciting work that students are doing in designing their robots and the tasks that they are to complete. Lots more community engagement. Had a great time at the Pierce grades 3 through 6 musical Annie. And then Friday, I think it was last Friday, Ridley hosted its international night. What a great event that was. And then again, back to Pierce in their 2nd and 4th grade performance. And this one was a little bit more unique in that the current 4th graders were about to perform their play when the pandemic occurred, and so they couldn't perform that year. So the 2nd and 4th graders actually paired up this year, and Jamie said, hopefully this is the one and only time that this will actually occur, where the 2nd and 4th graders do this together. So why mosquitoes buzz in people's ears? What a great play that musical performance that was. And this morning, I think as I shared a little bit earlier, I had the opportunity to join the annual JFK Historic Site Celebration with the Ruffin Ridley 3rd graders. And tonight we turn the spotlight on excellence back to Runkle for their Rise and EL Garden project. It's my pleasure to shine the spotlight on excellence this evening with some innovative project-based learning happening at Runkle School. Tonight we have with us Principal Finnegan and 3 Runkle educators, Lauren Carroll, Caroline Shea, and Lauren Tavares. They are excited to share some of the exciting activities they have created for Runkle EL and RISE students tied into the school's garden. Our timing is perfect because I believe Lauren, Caroline, and Lauren are presenting their work at the annual MATSOL, Massachusetts Association of Teachers of Speakers of Other Languages, that's a tongue twister for you, conference this week. What an honor that is. And at this time, I will turn the mic over to Principal Finnegan.
Thank you, Dr. Guillory. I promise this is the last time you'll hear from me tonight, everybody. But I am very excited to introduce Lauren, and Caroline. This is a project that warms my speech and language heart because that is my background. And I am so proud of these educators who have found a way to pair our EL students with our RISE students. And for those who don't know, our RISE program is for students on the autism spectrum at Runkle. And they have also made students who otherwise may not get the attention and praise that they should they've turned them into somewhat celebrities in Runkle and created a beautiful space and taught language skills along the way. So I am going to let them take over. I am very proud of all of you. Thank you.
Share my screen. Hold on 1 second. Okay. So thank you, Dr. Guillory and Donna, and special thanks to Dr. Guillory for explaining MATSL. I'm going to skip that, that acronym. But welcome everyone to Learning and Gardening with English Learners with Severe Communication Needs. So we are 3 teachers at Runkle School. We have been collaborating together for the last 2 years, and we're presenting to you tonight and also tomorrow at the annual conference. So I'm Lauren Carroll. I'm one of 2 English learner teachers at Runkle School.
Hi, I'm Caroline Shea. I'm a speech language pathologist at Runkle School.
Hi, I'm Lauren Tavares. I'm also a speech language pathologist at Runkle. Our collaboration, as Donna said, is based specifically around the students that we share who are both English learners and in the RISE program, which, as Donna said, is a district-wide, substantially separate program for students with autism.
English learner students are students that have a language other than English spoken in the home. This is reported by families when they register. Students, if a second language is reported, students are then screened for English language education services. WIDA is the organization that provides these assessments and the framework for English learners. And the screener that the students take would produce a score for them based on a 1 to 6 scale of their overall English proficiency. If they do not reach a certain benchmark, then they qualify for English learner services. And then they would come to English learner classes throughout the year. And every year they would take another assessment called the access test, which is similar to the screener. It measures their English language proficiency. So recently at a department meeting, Mindy Paulo shared this data with us. In school year 27-2018, you can see of the entire English learner population, 7% also were special ed students. If you fast forward to this school year, 5 years later, that number has almost doubled. So we, the EL teachers, kind of looked at that data and analyzed it. And one possible reason for this increase in special ed students, a dually identified special ed and EL students, is that WIDA, that governing body, changed their exit criteria in 2015. So students have to now pass the access test in order to exit. And for students with severe communication needs, this is very challenging. And in my 7 years of teaching RISE students at Runkle, no one has been able to pass the access test. And some students take alternate access tests, and there is no pathway to exiting the program. Because of the RISE program at Runkle, the percentage of dual identified EL and student with disability students, the percentage is even higher. So 71% of my English learner caseload is on our students on IEPs, and 50% of Caroline's speech and language caseload are EL students, and 44% of Lauren's speech and language caseload are EL students. So I teach 9 RISE students who are also, well, who are EL students. So the collaboration with Lauren and Caroline kind of was born out of this need for me to get a little bit more understanding of students on the autism spectrum. I had not had a lot of previous experience working with students with severe communication needs. And so I just like to take a second and say thank you to both of them, to the other RISE teachers and BCBAs who have really helped me become a better teacher to these students over the past couple of years as we've collaborated.
So from a speech and language lens, during our RISE gardening group, we're working with students on expressive language, receptive language, and pragmatic language. Expressive language is the ability to communicate one's thoughts and ideas using words, sentences, and writing. Receptive language is the ability to comprehend the language around you, and pragmatic language is the language that we use to communicate socially day to day.
So we have found that the garden curriculum has worked really well with our RISE students. It allows students to show their strengths. They can produce a lot of English while working at this foundational level, those WIDA levels 1 to 3. During our garden groups, they have acquired academic vocabulary related to science and to math. And working in the garden, the experiential learning pieces helps them solidify their knowledge of plants and the growing cycle. And they can bring that knowledge to garden-related reading and writing exercises that we do in the classroom.
The framework that we use is a 15-minute collaboration with the 3 of us together, where we plan and divide up tasks, we discuss student needs, and plan supports for our upcoming lessons for the next week. We rotate who's leading the lesson and other jobs, and then we ensure that each lesson includes working towards targets and IEP goals, as well as the WIDA benchmarks that Lauren mentioned. We had originally created RISE activity groups in speech and language therapy because we provide some services based in this activity group format, which lends to experiential learning, multimodal teaching, and generalizing foundational skills. Our garden-based activity groups also allow our students to take a role in something that's really central to our school community.
These are some of the activities and lessons that we've done over the past year.
And these lessons specifically relate to planting in the garden. A big project we're working on, we call Grow a Pizza. The students are working on growing a pizza garden. So that came from reading a book called So You Want to Grow a Pizza. We work on using descriptive language by describing a pizza. We figure out what all the materials we might need for a pizza, and then we make and follow that plan for planting. We observe and make predictions about our growing plants, and we take care of them in our garden. And then we follow through with the tasks, and eventually we'll make our pizza.
This is a plan that students wrote as a group for planting tomatoes. It was based off of a video model that we created for the students. So first they needed to think through the materials they would need for the projects, and then think through each step. After this, we executed the plan. You can see a student planting or watering their tomatoes right here. And then we take pictures and write a story about it. You can see here, similarly, a student who in the wintertime, we a lot of times have students work on propagating plants that we can then transfer into the garden. So these students propagated celery, and they again followed a video model to propagate the celery. And then afterward, they wrote a story using pictures of themselves to describe what they did. You can see a page that one student wrote here. He said, I put the celery in the jar. And as you can see from his face, it's something that our students really love doing.
We also love doing observations in the garden. So this is a visual support that the student is using to document his observations. The visual helps the student receptively understand the task, and he is able to write descriptive information about the plant. The task also correlates to the science curriculum, and also the kids love being outside on a nice sunny day. This work on the left is an example of a level 1 very introductory writing task. So you can see that the student was able to label the parts of the plant while using a word bank. And the other visual is the same thing from the previous slide, but you can see the student was able to draw a picture of his tomato plant, label the parts, and again, include details in his description of the plant.
This next video is an example of an activity where students are using a plant to practice using descriptive language, formulating simple sentences, and answering WH questions. The students in the video are working on language at different levels, and the visuals support their understanding and expressive language.
What does it feel like? It feels soft. The green and it's the size of my nails. Green.
Okay.
What does it
sorry.
feel like?
Gotta go to the next page. Okay.
So you can see in this example, this is another example of students using visual supports to describe objects in the garden. So here a student chose to describe a daffodil, and he was able to think through the category, the parts, the function, and the location of the daffodil. And then afterward, to bring a pragmatic language element into it, we had the students share out about their descriptions and give each other compliments. Here you'll see some students using descriptive language to describe pumpkins. I brought in a few different pumpkins and gourds, and then the students made observations of the texture of the pumpkins, the size, the colors, and you can see that they created sentences using this descriptive language to tell about their pumpkins.
So making predictions is a level 3 task, a speaking task, and we like to practice this a lot in the garden. It can also involve the academic language of math. And so from week to week, students make predictions about how tall how much their plant will grow, if they will see any flowers will grow, any tomatoes will grow. We don't have tomatoes yet, but this student is working on making a prediction about how tall his plant will grow.
How many? It's 8 now. How many do you think will be on May 10th? 10. Bigger. So what number do you think it will be? 8 is here. These are bigger numbers. It will be 11. 11. Great, right? 11. How many? It's
Why is
8
this
now.
video?
How
Hold
many
on.
do you think will be on May 10th? 10. Bigger. So what number do you think?
Okay, try that again. All right.
The last area we wanted to talk about is exploring nature in the garden. One way.
Hold on. Why is that not going? There we go.
One way we do this is through scavenger hunts. Scavenger hunts, we start with a reading activity where we pull out vocabulary through shared book readings, and we target that vocabulary in the garden. We use visuals to highlight target words. We practice using classroom supports like checklists that students would be using for academic work in their classrooms. And we use carrier phrases for sharing to help students share about what they find.
Okay, my thing is not advancing. Hold on.
This video is of a student who uses an AAC device who's completing a scavenger hunt task.
Sprout. Sprout, I got a sprout. You found a sprout. Good. Check it off on your list. Nice work.
Okay.
Also, being out in the garden lends to natural observations. So a student noticed the bees and connected that to what he was learning about pollinators in his classroom.
Okay, sorry about the glitches with the video. In conclusion, our collaboration has allowed us to support our shared students and to support their whole language profile through the lens of speech and language and also EL. The collaboration between the 3 of us allows us each to learn from each other's areas of expertise which broadens our perspective of the students from both a cultural and educational perspective. And the activities based in the garden allow students to retain and generalize their skills. And I just love that the RISE students have been able to become such a bigger part of our and more visible part of our community by working in the garden. And recently we had a K-4 initiative where students planted lettuce seeds for salad day at Runkle, and the RISE students participated and they were rock stars in the garden. They knew they were able to show their skills in front of all of their peers, which was really wonderful to watch. And gardening is a life skill. It's relaxing and soothing to be outside. There's lots of sensory objects for the students to engage with. And finally, I'll share one anecdote that one of our students was recently asked what he wants to get better at. And he said, being a gardener. So we thought that was a real win. And so thank you for listening to our presentation.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Ellen, go ahead.
So thank you so much for your work on this great project-based learning and ability to incorporate all students in something that, in an activity that's a lifelong one. I for one, am a gardener and I love it. And I also remember designing the courtyard with the garden at Runkle and how important that was to be able to be accessible and for kids to use it. And having the teacher leadership that you guys are showing is wonderful. And it certainly speaks to, I mean, we've done this now at Ridley, and Driscoll will have a garden, and Pierce is planning to have one too. So in addition to some of the other schools that already have them. I have a question though, and I'm not sure I heard you correctly, but the WIDA access test, did I hear you correctly that nobody can pass it?
I'd said that in my 7 years of working with the RISE students, so who are students who have severe communication needs, none of the RISE students have passed it. So other ELs have, but this is a standardized test that assesses communication needs. So students with severe communication disabilities find it hard to pass. And so that's one of the reasons those students are staying in EL for longer and longer time. And so the percentage of students who are dually identified as EL and students with disabilities, it's not just a phenomena in Brookline, it's across all of the states that belong to the WIDA consortium, and I think probably in other places too. That population is growing. There's not a lot of research done, and there's not a lot of teacher training. And so that's one of the reasons why I'm sharing tomorrow, or we're sharing tomorrow at Matzel, because teachers have been calling me after RISE students have left Brookline to other local districts. They've been calling me and asking for support on how to teach them. And so we're sharing what we know.
So what does that mean for the individual student not being able to pass this test?
It means they stay in the English learner program for many years.
Even at the high school, I mean, have we had kids who've been here?
Well, one of the things is that that law changed in 2015. So the students who are just kind of getting to 5th grade now. So like prior to that, we were able to exit students if they were in a sub-separate program and say that their needs were being met at their English development needs were being met in that program. So the rollout of it isn't at the high school yet, but it will be. If that makes sense. But it's a law that we have.
Yeah, it makes sense. I'm just curious as to your opinion of what this means for individual students. Is it the appropriate thing to continue to keep them?
Great question for the state of Massachusetts.
Right.
I mean, I have my opinions on it. I think now that I have a little bit more understanding and ability to work with these students and teach them, I feel like I'm bringing something positive to their learning experiences. But it's not, it's a questionable situation, certainly.
It'd be interesting to hear more about it at some other point.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure.
Suzanne?
Yeah, thank you, David. I just want to say thank you for sharing your collaboration. As a former SLP, I really appreciate how important it is for services to be given in context and within the context of the learning and the subjects. And so I really see that with the EL and the SLP coming together. I'm a little curious, like Helen, how many hours they must have of service and do they overlap? So SLP will have services in the IEP and EL will have services based on their level, right, that they are. And so that would seem like a lot of hours. And I just wondering how you work that out. And this might be a conversation, as Helen said, for another time, but I am curious about that.
Yeah, the EL services don't meet the recommended hours because the student, there's not enough time in the day with, yeah.
All right, does anyone else?
Well, I just want to
have-
add congratulations on presenting at a conference tomorrow. That's an honor and you'll get the recognition that you deserve. So thank you for that. And thank you for representing Brookline in that.
Thank you.
Very proud of you guys. Great job. Thank you.
Does anyone else have any questions or comments? Mariah?
I just wanted, excuse me, I just wanted to say how much I enjoyed the presentation and thank you for really just integrating so many different aspects into your teaching. It was really wonderful to hear about.
Andy?
Yeah, along similar lines, I just want to say that this is very inspiring, certainly for me. So Helen and I are on the part of the design process for the new Pierce School. And, it's a very constricted site, but people are working hard to try to work gardens into the design. And so this is very motivating. Thank you.
Nancy?
As a Runkle mom, maybe I'm a little biased, but I've seen the work that you're doing, and this is truly the embodiment of education coming alive. I think what you're doing is amazing. I think what we can all of our kids can learn from this. And as somebody who is the Grim Reaper of all things green, I'm so amazed and so impressed by you. And as a Runkle mom, let us know how we can support you. We as a school and we as a Runkle community, let us know how we can support you, and you'll have all the support you want. Well, you know what I mean. Thank you so much. That was awesome. Awesome. Great job. Great work.
Anyone else have questions or comments about any portion of the superintendent's report? All right, seeing none, we
David,
can.
before you go on, I want to present the award. So the Public Schools of Brookline Spotlight on Excellence is awarded to Lauren Carroll, Caroline Shea, and Lauren Tavares, with gratitude for the innovative and engaging project-based learning opportunities you created for Runkle School students in the school garden. And here is the award that will be shared with you all. So thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carroll. All right, so next on our agenda is public comments, and no one has signed up for public comments this evening. So that then moves us to presentations and discussions of current issues, update on social emotional learning. And I'll turn it over to Casey Neal-Miller and to Matthew Dubois.
Thank you, David. And thank you again, school committee, for having us back, specifically having Matt back to present on our most recent universal screening survey results, which I will pass to Matt. Are you
Awesome.
able to share your screen?
I will, yes.
Okay.
Perfect. Thanks. Thanks for that, Casey. And thanks everybody for having me join you all this evening. And I want to take a moment to really express my deep appreciation to the school committee, to you, Dr. Guillory, for having made such meaningful investments this year in social emotional learning, and for authentically making it a priority. This has been a really hard year for a lot of kids, for so many of our families, for so many of our educators. And what I'm hopeful to do this evening is to highlight the important impacts that those investments have made on our kids, then also to sort of preview where our priorities need to continue to be as we continue this work. To anchor us this evening, I'm going to start with talking about our overall goals of our SEL programming. And then I want to talk about the approaches and the strategies that we use to accomplish those goals. Then as Casey referenced, I'm going to summarize the universal screening data that we collected from this school year. I think these data provided this really powerful lens for understanding what kids experienced this year, particularly in relation to what they experienced last year. And then to close out, I want to highlight some of the work that we've done this year to support students, and then preview some of the work that we're thinking about for next year. And so to anchor us, here you're seeing our three overarching goals for our SEL programming. To begin, we really want to make sure that every single child in the district develops strong SEL skills. So these are things like emotional regulation, social awareness, self-awareness. The research in this area is really clear. When we help promote SEL competence in our children, we can help prevent the onset of more significant social and emotional challenges and mental health challenges in the future. So because of that, it is fundamental, it's so important that we're affording every single child with access to experiences that are going to result in the development of those strong skills. The second goal is sort of reflecting what it means to have a robust SEL program, about sort of what it means to actually be promoting mental health. Simply trying to prevent distress is really an inefficient and ineffective strategy. To be really robust, it's really important that we're on purpose trying to increase access to protective factors. So these are things like having a safe adult at school, having strong belonging. And the reason for that is that we're anticipating that in the course of a child's educational career, they're likely to have a challenge. And when they meet that challenge, we want them to have strong SEL skills, and we want them to have those protective factors in place. Those are the things that are going to allow children to navigate those challenges more successfully. And then finally, as we're thinking about our SEL programming, we really want to use it as this powerful lever for increasing academic engagement in our children. What we understand is that passive exposure to instruction does not cause learning. What causes learning to happen is when students are actively and meaningfully engaged in the instruction that's being presented to them. And what we understand about strong SEL skills around access to protective factors are those are the things that allow students to attend school more regularly, that allow students to remain more on task. That's what allows children to be psychologically and emotionally available for the instruction that they're receiving. So it can just be this really powerful thing that we can use to increase learning in our kids. As I talk about these goals and as I talk about our programming next, I want to be really explicit that we're very intentional here of designing a program that is both responsive and preventative. What I mean by that is that we absolutely want to be highly responsive to children's social and emotional needs. So if a child's presenting with distress, we absolutely want to put interventions and supports in place for that child. At the same time, right, we also want to be preventative in our work. We want to make sure that children are having access to opportunities and experiences that can help prevent those challenges. A goal that's not necessarily reflected here, but sort of a goal of any programming is we do want to reduce the number of children who are experiencing distress. And really the only way that we can do that is if we're also being really preventative in our work. And so these are the overall goals of what we're sort of looking to achieve. And I have here next how it is that we go about achieving those goals. And I've sort of divided this work into three broad buckets, if you will. The first category and the first thing that we're sort of looking to do is to embed SEL into daily practices and routines. And so those are things like having a morning meeting. Those are things like using cooperative learning strategies, using optimistic closures, using high levels of behavioral specific praise. When we embed SEL into these daily experiences, this is what really helps the learning environment feel safe and supportive. This is what really allows kids to be emotionally and psychologically available for instruction. When you move into the second bucket, it's sort of this idea of embedding SEL into academic instruction. And so that sort of looks like things about, writing about personal experiences, working with other students on projects. That can be just reflecting on the skills that you used to successfully complete an assignment. This idea of embedding SEL into the everyday experiences that children have at school is really important. We very much don't want SEL to feel like this other sort of different thing. We want kids to be explicitly tying their SEL skills to their ability to engage in school, to their ability to do well in school, right? And so we're embedding it that the explicitness of that connection really comes out for kids. And then finally, SEL skills are not things that just happen accidentally, right? Like reading, writing, math, social studies, science. These are skills that we have to explicitly on purpose teach children. And we can do that across tiers, right? So you actually see a school counselor here, Tim Hintz, in the picture, right? This is sort of an example of doing a whole class lesson where you're actively teaching children SEL skills. Then as children are presenting with higher levels of social and emotional need, we provide small group interventions where a group of students might come together to work on a shared challenge, for example, working to reduce anxiety. And then we have tier 3, or most intensive interventions for children, which can look like individual counseling, for example. So this is sort of how it is that we go about our work in achieving those goals. As we engage in this work, it is really important that we are thoughtfully and continuously evaluating the impact of all these things on children's SEL. And the primary way that we do that is through our universal screening practices. What's really powerful about this work is that we get individual student information. So when students complete the survey, we're able to provide individual students targeted support because of the survey. But what we're also able to do are to aggregate these data across grade bands, across schools, across the district, to really understand and measure the impact of this work on students. So when we think about, so what are the things that we really want to measure as we engage in this work? Research and best practices are pretty clear. We want to make sure that we're measuring kids' SEL skills. So again, things like emotional regulation. We also want to be tapping into their mental health. And so things that like their emotional experiences, both positive and more challenging. Then again, we want to be measuring access to protective factors. Things like school belonging, having a safe adult at school. And the reason that you'd want to measure all 3 of those things is because they all represent these really important entry points for intervention. And so if one of these things are not in place, we want to support a child. As an example of that, if we're completing a survey and a child's not experiencing distress in that moment, that in itself, is positive. But at that same moment, they're not endorsing strong SEL skills and they're not endorsing protective factors, that's still concerning, with sort of using the same logic that at some point a challenge may happen. And we want to make sure that they have the skills and the protective factors to meet that challenge when it does. And so we measure 7 different areas in our universal screening. You see these 7 areas here. I'm not going to go over all of them this evening. That'd be really overwhelming. So instead, I'm going to narrow our focus on a couple of areas that have been priorities for us this school year. Briefly, we engage in universal screening pre-K through 12th grade. This evening, I'm really going to focus in on our grade 3 through 12 data. Beginning in 3rd grade, students self-report on their experiences at school. And so again, it gives this really powerful layer of information about what kids are experiencing. I do want to note that the high school hasn't completed this round of surveying yet. They're only about halfway through it. So I don't have BHS data for the spring, but I do have their data for the fall and the winter. Before getting into some more granular pieces of information, I sort of want to anchor our understanding of these data with sort of 4 highlights and sort of 4 broad takeaways. The first thing I want to highlight is that this year, relative to last year, more students are able to identify a safe adult at school. The second thing I want to highlight is that this year, relative to last year, more students are endorsing strong school belonging. An area that I'll talk more about in a second, though, is that we are continuing to see significant discrepancies in school belonging between student groups. In understanding kids' emotional experiences this year, what we saw is in the fall, relative to last year, more students reported to regularly experiencing challenging feelings. However, when we got to the winter and the spring, experiences were pretty similar as to what children experienced the year beforehand. And then finally, when we looked at positive emotional experiences, they were pretty similar to what kids experienced. This year was pretty similar to what they experienced last year, but we did see some increases in excitement and hope, which I'll talk about more in a moment. So those are sort of the four broad highlights. But I'll start with talking about our safe adult data. So the way that we measure this area is we ask children, do you have an adult at school that you can go to when you're having a challenge? And when you look at educational research, having a safe adult at school is consistently identified as probably the strongest and most robust protective factor that a child can have. So this is an area we pay a lot of attention to and talk a lot about with educators. And so here you're looking at data from last year and this year. The light blue represents data from last year, the dark blue data from this year. And so you see across the year in grades 3 through 5, significantly more students were able to identify a safe adult. And we see in the spring, almost 80% of kids were able to do so. Very similar trends when you get into the middle school. And so you see in the spring, 70% of students were able to identify a safe adult. I do want to sort of name that we are seeing a pattern that does play out in research where safe adult data looks a little bit better in elementary school than it does in middle school. One of the hypotheses there is that children spend more time with adults for longer periods of time, and that might sort of increase safe adults versus in middle school where you have a lot of different teachers. Moving into the high school. So again, we don't have spring data yet, but you'll see here that I've included significantly more data, and I've broken it down by grade level. And the reason for that is that we do see some pretty significant differences across grade levels, which we would sort of anticipate that in 9th grade, it's a whole new building. You're forming whole new relationships. And so we would anticipate that our safe adult data would be lowest in 9th grade. And then ideally, hopefully, it would increase as students move through grades. And so we see in the winter of this year, 81% of our 12th graders were able to identify a safe adult. And what I would love to offer is that's a really strong number. When you are hitting sort of approaching 80% of kids being able to identify a safe adult, that's a really strong indicator that your tier 1 work or sort of universal approach to relationship building is being effective for students. Another thing I want to offer, and this has been a pretty consistent finding that we've seen over the last 2 years, that students who participate in MECO, students who participate in English learner education, and students in special education were more likely to be able to identify a safe adult than their peers. We also found that for students in elementary school who participate in Steps to Success. Again, that's not a surprising finding. We know that an active ingredient in those programs are kids having these really deep and supportive relationships with adults. And so I think this is a beautiful and sort of powerful comment on how important and powerful those programs are to students. All right, so I want to transition this now into our school belonging data. School belonging is also this really, really important protective factor for children. And it really measures this overall sense of connectedness to your building, right? So we measure it with questions like, do you feel like you matter to your school? Do you feel like other people understand you? Do you feel connected to adults and students in your building? What you're seeing here are the percentage of students who are endorsing strong school belonging. And the way that Panorama operationalizes that is you can think about school belonging on a 1 to 5 scale, and strong school belonging is at least a 3.5 out of 5 on that scale. And so we see in the fall, we had this pretty meaningful increase in the percentage of students who endorsed strong school belonging. And then it sort of relatively sort of went back to where we saw school belonging in the winter and spring for our 3rd through 5th graders. Panorama does offer that a 3% increase is probably maybe a moderate increase. So this is probably meaningful for some students. And that's how we can sort of think about it as sort of this moderate increase in the winter and spring. Pretty similar trend here. For our middle school, where we are seeing increases in the fall, winter, and spring that are probably moderate in size. Same trend as we see with safe adult data, that we would expect school belonging to be highest in elementary school and then be lower in middle school and high school. And finally, for our high school, again, we don't have spring data, but we do see some pretty more substantial increases as compared to middle school, where those are some pretty significant and meaningful increases in the fall, in the spring, in the winter for our students. So overall, that's positive. But it is just really important to highlight here. And we've observed this over the past 2 school years, that we're continuing to see these really significant and these really meaningful differences in school belonging between student groups. And so in the spring, we are observing that students who identify as AAPI, students who identify as Black or African American, students who participate in MECO, ELE, and Steps to Success were less likely to endorse strong school belonging than their peers. And when we break down that measure and we look at individual items, the 2 questions where we see the most significant differences are: how much do you matter to your school? And how well do people at school understand you as a person? School belonging and belonging in general is a thing that Janae Utaro and I think about a lot. I think in a lot of ways it sort of represents our North Star. And the reason why it is such an important thing is that, you know, we understand that if we are looking to have equitable academic outcomes, it's going to be really necessary and important that every single child in the district has equal levels of school belonging. It is really hard. It is maybe impossible to learn when you don't feel like you belong to your learning spaces. And so, you know, this area has absolutely influenced a lot of the professional learning that Janae and I have offered this year. You know, one example of that, a couple of weeks ago, we did a PD for BEEP, where we sort of walked through educators around some identity development and how they can sort of navigate some challenging conversations with children. And it's a thing that is just, we're going to pay really, really close attention to it. It's a thing that we're going to continuously work on with our educators. All right, so I want to move now into talking about some emotional experiences that children have had this year. I want to sort of name throughout the country, and this is probably not news to anyone, we have observed more children expressing distress. And of those challenging feelings, worry is a feeling that a lot of people have noticed have been increased in our children. So I want to focus in on those data for us here. In this graph, the blue part of the bar represents the percentage of children who are reporting to sometimes feeling worried. The red is frequently or almost always experiencing worry. Sometimes experiencing worry is very normal. It's actually probably a really healthy thing. What we know is that when children complete surveys, they tend to underreport their challenging emotional experiences. So I just offer those data so we have them as reference points. For our students in grades 3 to 5, we saw in the fall there was a slight uptick in students who were endorsing sometimes feeling worried. But when we look at the winter and spring, those numbers are pretty similar as to what children experienced last year. A pretty similar trend for our middle school, where there was, again, this uptick in the fall, where almost a quarter of students were reporting to almost always or frequently experiencing worry in middle school. And then when you move into the winter and spring, these data are looking pretty similar to what they did last year. The most notable increases were at the high school. Again, we don't have spring data here, but when you look at the fall, right, over 40% of kids were reporting to frequently or almost always experiencing worry. And that declined somewhat into the winter, but that's still a tremendous number of kids who are experiencing worry frequently or almost always. And what I want to sort of name here when you look at these percentages is that this is really important for us to be thinking about this as sort of a tier 1 challenge, right? It's really important that universally throughout our buildings, every single adult is attempting to support every single child. Of course, our clinicians, our counselors, our psychologists, our social workers play a really, really important role in supporting students, but obviously they're not able to work directly with 40% of kids. And so this is why that lens of sort of having everybody feel prepared and able to support all students is so important. So here I've just presented worry data. We do measure other things like loneliness and sadness, and the trends are identical to what we observed here, where there was an uptick in the fall, and then they sort of returned to very similar levels in the winter and spring as to what we saw last year. And then finally, the last piece of data I want to talk about is hopefulness. Hope is this really important active ingredient in feeling well. And hope is a cognition, sort of this comment that you have about the future that right now might feel really challenging, but sort of this idea that the future might be different, might be better. And we saw in the fall for grades 3 through 5, again, we saw this really meaningful increase with hope, which may have sort of coincided with a return to in-person learning for a lot of students. When you move into the winter and spring, pretty similar to what students experienced last year. And I should say here, these percentages are the percentage of kids who are almost always or frequently experiencing hope. Middle school, we see pretty consistently that we see some increases across seasons, both in the fall, winter, and spring. And then finally, for our high school. In the winter, we had a 5% increase there as well. I haven't presented these here, but we also measure other positive feelings as well. One thing that had a very similar trend was excitement. Excitement tends to be this comment or sort of feeling that you have about your current experiences. And so that's also generally positive that students are feeling both excited about now and hopeful about the future. And so I just presented a lot of data. And so to sort of summarize that, we're in this place where kids are continuing to experience a lot of challenging feelings. On the positive side of things, those challenging feelings are happening within the context of more protective factors, like having more safe adults at school. And we have seen some increases in excitement and hope. So those things are positive, but we clearly still have a lot of work to do. And we understood that moving into this year, that this is sort of multi-year long work that we're going to engage in to support students. And so we're seeing progress, and we still have a lot of work to do. And so I want to end on sort of highlighting some of the work that we have done this year and then some of the work that we're looking to do into the future. As folks know, we made this beautiful and really important investment in 9 adjustment counselors throughout the district. And 8 of those adjustment counselors are in our elementary schools, so we have 1 for each of our buildings. And they have had such a profound impact on our kids this year. They've worked directly with over 200 students. And by definition, those are the students in their buildings who have the highest level of social and emotional need. And so because of that, our counselors are working really closely with families and caregivers. It's really common for our counselors to be doing home visits before school and after school. Many of these students also have outside providers, and so our counselors work really closely with outside agencies to really provide wraparound care. And so the work has just been outstanding. And when I'm in buildings, the most common thing that's sort of offered to me is thank you to the school committee for making that investment, and that they just sort of can't imagine what this school year would have been like if those counselors were not in place. But they have been just so vital and so critical and so knowledgeable. And so I think it's just been this really powerful investment that we should all feel really proud of, and it's really helped a lot of kids. And going back to this idea of making sure that everyone feels comfortable supporting all students, that lens certainly influences a lot of the professional learning that I offer staff. And so I pretty frequently will offer resources to all educators that includes a weekly SEL newsletter. Then I work really closely with schools and with programs to provide some targeted professional development. We also bring in some outside folks to do PD. We recently had the Mental Health Collaborative do a mental health literacy training for educators. And we had 80 folks participate in that. In June, we're having a mental health first aid training that's actually going to be available for everyone in the community. That includes caregivers, and that also includes educators in the district as well. We were able to secure some money from DESE for summer programming, and we're going to increase the amount of clinical support and SEL instruction that's happening in each of our summer programs. And so we're hopeful to have more information about that in the near future. All right, so a preview of what we're really going to be focused on for next school year. And so excitingly, I was selected to be what's called a CASEL Fellow. So the CASEL is the Collaborative for Academic and Social Emotional Learning. And so it was a fairly competitive process, but what it's going to involve is SEL leaders throughout the country coming together to do some pretty rigorous professional development and training. So those are a lot of resources that I'm going to be able to bring back to Brookline to both support our educators and also to support our kids. We have done a lot of this work this year, particularly with sort of redesigning the role of the school counselor to be in classrooms more to providing explicit SEL instruction. But a goal that I have is to make sure that every single child in the district is regularly experiencing high quality evidence-based SEL instruction. And so we have some grant money that's going to help fund this work, but we're really going to continue to work with educators, work with counselors to increase universally the amount of SEL instruction that children are receiving. I mentioned before this idea of embedding SEL in sort of many of the things that we do. And so this work will continue to be in close collaboration with both OTL and the Office of Educational Equity, and really make sure that SEL is being embedded in both our learning and in our equity goals. And then finally, as we know, it's been a really hard year on adults. And so one of the priorities that we're going to have next year are around adult wellness. And so that will be a really close partnership with me and with educators and sort of figuring out what the needs are there. We likely will do some surveying as well to look at staff needs, but that'll definitely be a theme of ours next year and thinking about how we support educators. That was a lot of information, and I imagine folks might have some comments or some questions, so I can open up now.
Go ahead, Nancy. Nancy, you're on mute.
I wanted to thank you. Sorry about that. I wanted to first thank you for the work that you've done on this. And some of my questions might be sort of Johnny come lately questions. So if they are, I apologize up front. Do you have any documentation on the methodology behind some of this whole project? One. Two, do you have any data as to how Brookline compares to any benchmark information, any benchmark data as how Brookline compares to other districts in Massachusetts? And then three, some of those numbers for me, again, if these are Johnny come lately questions, I apologize, seem kind of low. Are any of those numbers, or is any of that data alarming? 54% of our kids have hope. Only half of our kids have hope. And then 4 or 5, sorry. Are we, again, in the methodology of this, are we digging, or have we dug, is this sort of just top level 10,000 feet information? And is there any granularity underneath some of those categories? Sorry, that was a lot.
No, it's okay. Nancy, you might have to prompt me on a couple of those questions, but I think I'm going to try to hit them all. So Panorama does offer some normative comparisons. And in general, we compare really strongly with other school districts that use it. So we're consistently rated between the 80th and 99th percentile in each of these categories. So the relative comparison is strong there. I also want to offer that in each of these areas I identified, there's a continuum, right? So there's not sort of hopeless or hope, right? There's sort of this continuum of where you're going to operate on that, a hope scale. And so when you look at hope, those are kids, again, if you think about on that 5-point scale, there are like a 4 or 5 out of hope. And so there's a lot of kids in that some hope category, but again, we're sort of having very high aspirational targets here. We want to move all children to that very hopeful category. Yeah. And so, and so I don't want to, so when you look at that number and you see like, 54%, that doesn't mean that 46% of kids are hopeless. Usually, so it's almost always, frequently, sometimes, and so like that never category, it's usually only like 2% of kids. The category above that is usually like 10%. So really, maybe it's like 12% of kids who would be really concerned about their hope, and there's sort of a larger category in the middle. But with that granularity that you were talking about, what's really a thing that our clinical teams do is sort of digging down to the individual student level, where all those kids who are endorsing hopelessness, who are not able to identify a safe adult, those are all kids that we're actively responding to with the data. Those aren't kids that are being forgotten. Those are the kids who a lot of our adjustment counselors are working with.
Okay. And then the other question, one last question is, now that we have this kind of data, are we digging into the why at all? Or is that like the next phase? Again, I'm sorry if this is kind of a Johnny come lately question.
Yeah, no, I think that's been an important part of this work. And so, I'm not going to be as bold and say I have a perfect explanation for all this. I think we have a good understanding of why kids, with everything going on in the world, would describe feeling more worried. We're coming off a year that was really hard, so it made sense. We sort of anticipated why school belonging would be down. It's probably not surprising that there are some discrepancies in school belonging based on things that we've observed throughout the country and certainly within Brookline as well. And so that's a pretty active part as we're digging into these data, or trying to figure out what is it that we can do to address them, and then sort of basing that in, why are we observing this, and then what is it that we can do to address it. So that's certainly an active part as we're engaging in this work.
Are we actually asking the kids why? Are we?
Yep. So this is all student given information, right? And so there are specific questions that kids are asking. And then what's great is that we are working directly with so many students, and they are telling us. And so just as an example, I was at in the survey that Dr. Guillory offered earlier, where sixth graders are doing a project. So I was in a sixth grade classroom last week, right? And sort of hearing directly from students based on sort of what they're experiencing and what is it that we can do to support them.
Okay, thanks very much. Thank you.
Ellen, go ahead.
Sure. Thank you, Matt. This is really informative information, and I'm really pleased we're doing it. My recollection, and I may be wrong, we've been doing Panorama for a while, correct?
This is a second year.
We never did it before the pandemic?
I think we may have used some one-off surveys for like staff and families, but not for universal screening for students.
Right. Yeah, Helen, we used to use them for our family and staff surveys.
We used to use it. Wait a minute, say that one more time.
We used to contract them for our family survey and our staff survey. We haven't done that in 2 years.
But we never used it for students.
Correct.
I thought we had. Okay, then, all right, thank you. That's helpful. And one other small question. The difference in terms of belonging across the schools, did you find any significant differences in smaller schools versus larger schools?
Nothing. There are some differences. So each school does have those data. And nothing that feels predictable based on size. Obviously, each of our buildings is sort of unique, but each school does have school level data that they're able to look at and track.
Sure. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. I look forward to seeing the rest of the information. And what was really heartening for me was the high school data, where kids, as they stayed there longer, that's pretty exceptional. I think the amount of belonging. Okay, thank you.
Suzanne?
Yeah, thank you, David. Thank you, Matt, for this presentation. I had 2 questions. I'll start with one, then I'll go to the other. I think, if I remember correctly, you said that some of the groups, such as METCO and STS, had higher percentages when it came to identifying a safe adult.
Yep.
And then I think you said when it came to school belonging, they had a lower rating. And so what's my question about that? I'm kind of wondering about that.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering if it's because I understand the METCO and STS and those are much smaller as a program. And so they have identification with an adult, but I'm wondering if it's not connected to a school in a sense.
Yep, I think you nailed it. So what kids have told us directly, right, and this plays out in the data as well, is so when you look at the safe adult data, it's really common for those students to be identifying adult in those programs. And then what kids are sort of telling us, when they move into other spaces, that's where they're feeling like, I just don't feel well understood. I don't feel like I matter. And so that's why we want both of those to be in place. Like just having a safe adult, awesome, but it's not sufficient, right? You also need school belonging to be a part of that as well.
So somehow we need to help them make the connection from those programs to their schools.
Yep.
Right. Yeah,
Yep.
okay. Okay, and so thank you. So my second question is, do you use the universal screening to identify students who may need tier 2 or tier 3 interventions?
Yep.
And then how do those 200 students that got the extra support, which I guess was a tier 3, again, how are they identified? Like different ways, like both classroom teachers and
Yep, awesome. Really, really important question. So a really important, so here I'm sort of at the 10,000 foot level with the data. Our clinical teams, so our school counselors or school psychologists, our adjustment counselors, and other folks sort of sit with data at a much more granular level where they're looking at individual student responses and then driving supports off of that, right? So it's really common, for example, of saying, hey, I'm looking to do an anxiety reduction group, going to the survey and identifying 5 students who would really benefit from that. So that's one part of it. I would say the most common process is that a teacher or sometimes as a caregiver will express concern about a child. And a lot of schools will have sort of a clinical referral form. And then that form is then brought to the clinical team where the clinicians are sort of talking through what the student might need. And then based on that, providing a student either a tier 2 or a tier 3 support.
And do teachers sit down with the clinical team and kind of go through the student roster and say, I have this concern about this and that concern about that? And is that like a case study, or they just kind of do it by classroom?
Yeah, we've tried to make it a little bit more formalized where it is more of that. So it's pretty common where educators will be invited to that clinical team or at another time, and they're sitting back and really hearing directly from the teacher about what's going on, and then using that information to figure out a first intervention. Sometimes the first intervention isn't what a child needs, and we are sort of really nimble and adaptive to that. But it's been pretty awesome for me to see how close and how well educators and clinical teams work together. And so I feel pretty confident that we're not really missing students who might need more support.
So my one last question might be, how many students do you think we're missing for, you had 200 students, how many more out there?
And those are just our adjustment counselors, right? So our school psychologists, our school counselors are also seeing hundreds of children. And so they're not the only game in town for that. And so my hope is that through universal screening, through observation, through attendance data, that in all those sources of information, we can capture the majority of students. Are we capturing all of them? I don't know. I think that we talk about a lot is that we want to address needs as early as we can. Right. We know that the longer the challenge has been in place for, the longer it takes to address it. But I think, based on all of these things that we have in place, I am confident that we are capturing the majority of students.
Okay. Thank you very much, Matt. Appreciate it.
Hillary, go ahead.
Hi, Matt. Thanks for that. I have a couple of questions. One of them is, I think, very related to what Suzanne just asked on the students were identified as tier 3. This is a little bit of a numbers. Is there a wait list for students who are identified with that level of need at this moment to see an adjustment counselor or school psychologist?
Different. So in sort of outpatient or community based, right, they have wait lists. If kids need a support, they get the support at school. We always find a way. And so caseloads can be really, really big. That's why the work is so challenging. But if a child needs something, we sort of rally around to make sure that they're getting a thing.
Okay, and then a couple on demographics. So I'm assuming that you have all of that data that you showed us sliced and diced by race, ethnicity, students' disabilities, EL. Did you see any sort of overlapping intersectional data that stood out to you in students who are identified in multiple categories?
That's a great question. So some of that is a little bit hard. So we look at some of that data analysis is hard, where there are students who are that overlapping piece is really important, and it happens quite a bit. And so what I sort of will offer is that, the most important ones are sort of offered here in terms of where we see those discrepancies with school belonging. The data in particular that comes out. I haven't offered it here. We also see some differences in some of our self-efficacy data. So I know there's some overlap across student demographics. For us, I think that the thing to really pay attention to is, again, that equity lens. And yeah, there are students that are meeting multiple categories, but really sort of understanding that's the nature of kids, and then making sure that we're thinking about supporting everyone effectively. I don't know if I answered that question, if I got to your point there, Valerie.
I mean, if it's possible to just send the underlying data after the presentation tonight, is that possible without identifying information?
It isn't, unfortunately.
And then my final question, I asked this actually before the school year started, and I'll ask it again for next school year. Is it going to be possible to add sexual orientation and gender identity to the school year?
So we don't ask any demographic questions on the service. This is all things that we're pulling from Panorama. But what I do want to offer is that we don't want to not provide supports to kids just because we don't have the data. But I think we have a relatively good understanding of what our LGBTQ students need. As you might be aware, we have a task force that's being led by Julia Mangan.
I'm on it.
Oh, yeah. So I'm on the work as well, right? And so a big part of that work, I think we might do some surveying there as well, and really using that to provide some more support to kids.
Okay, thank you.
Mariah?
Thanks. Thanks so much, Matt. I just want to say what you mentioned about the hiring of these positions and the universal survey screener survey was also an investment, and I think came out of some of the collaboration with panel 2. And I'm so glad that we have this data to give us this insight, and I'm so glad that we have these this larger staff body to address what the data has really shown is just not just a nice to have, but a need to have, an absolute need to have. I wanted to ask you one question about what you think about sort of do we have any benchmarks of what we think are appropriate levels? It was interesting to see some of these numbers, which, might feel very, which I see them and I felt alarmed at many of them. But then to hear you say that we're consistently benchmarking in Panorama data as 80th, I think you said 80th to 99th percentile in that quintile. So I guess my question is, what do we have a goal of or a threshold? I'll say a minimum bar for some of these levels, or how do we think about where we're going with this and whether we need to, if we don't get there, do we need to add more resources, or how we know when we're doing a good job with this?
Yeah, I would say the most important indicator that we're going to use is growth over time. That's really, really important. Again, what I do want to, with some of those percentages, is we're really looking to sort of move students into a space where all those skills and all those factors are protected, right? Really advancing a child's functioning. So, aspirationally, if we can get to a place where all those would be like 80% of students, again, that 80% number is what typically we'll sort of conceptually use to indicate that our tier 1 programming is really working, is really effective for students. And then with the other 20% of students that we're really looking at growth over time for that. So sort of aspirationally, we would love to get to a place where it's 100%. As we move closer to 80%, like our safe adult data, that's a really good indicator that we're making some pretty meaningful improvements there. And so, again, so we compare really strongly to other districts, but I didn't really sort of highlight that there because I think we have our own goals, right, that are sort of outside of those, and we really want to sort of continue to move aspirationally towards them.
Just one follow-up, is the 80% sort of like enshrined in research, or where does the 80% figure come from?
It comes out of sort of public health, of this idea of If your universal approach to promoting health is effective for at least 80% of people, that's a really good indicator there. Then you might expect that another 15% of people might need that plus what we would call a tier 2 support. And then you would have sort of 5% of people who may need additional support beyond that.
Thank you. I had one more question, but I think it slipped my mind. Oh, what was it? Oh, it's gone again. I'll raise my hand again, or I'll follow up with you by email. Thank you again.
Of course.
So a question I have going back to the school belonging. You mentioned that there's a decrease in middle school from elementary school, and that this is particularly pronounced for AAPI and Black African Americans. Did you see that trend across all groupings?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And then my second question to that would be, to what do you attribute the decline in sense of belonging for middle school students? Because in our K-8 model, I find it interesting that students, as they're spending more time in the school, might actually have a lesser sense of belonging. Would you attribute that to entering an adolescent phase, or is there some other factor?
That's the working hypothesis where people sort of try to explain why that happens. Is you think about what's happening in adolescence, that we tend to be more sensitive to a lack of belonging. And so part of that is developmental. We also understand is that your overall sense of belonging tends to move away from adults, not exclusively, but sort of moving away from adults to more peer relationships, sort of challenging and sort of changing over time. So those are the sort of ideas of why we see generally, and this isn't just in Brookline, generally seeing school belonging peaking around later elementary school and then declining over time.
Okay, thank you. Helen?
Yeah, thank you for taking another couple questions. I'm wondering if the Brookline Mental Health Center has been a good partner in some of this work, or have we still been running up against waitlist times?
We are running up against waitlist times, but we do work really closely with the Brookline Center. So we have liaisons that are really present in our schools. It's really common for them to attend clinical team meetings and provide some consultation. That collaboration continues to happen.
And secondly, I'd say about 10 years back, maybe more, and Janae, you may remember, Ron Ferguson from Harvard did a study at Brookline High School. Do you remember that, Janae?
Are you talking about the tripod project?
Yes, exactly. I would be interested in, this is just sort of putting it out there, Matt. You may not have known about this study that was done, but to look at that in comparison to our students today and how, is it different? And it seems to be it is, but, how much of it is the pandemic and how much of it is, things that we can really make a difference on. So just a FYI, because I think it was a good study and it really showed Brookline High School in a very good light at the time for students of color.
Yeah, it was incredibly instructive for educators to continue to enhance on some of that good work, and it revealed some other issues that we continue to grapple with for sure.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Nancy?
I just wanted to reiterate that this is some very, very, very important work that's being done. And so I wanted to thank you again for doing that, because I've said it over and over again. I don't know, there's just going to be so many layers of mental health that we're going to be peeling back, for a long, long time. And I didn't want to inundate you with questions. If it's not too much trouble, is it possible for me to get whatever the project scope was that we gave to Panorama, including the survey, like a copy of the
survey stuff? Yeah.
Or just a copy of the survey, and then whatever was the project that was handed to Panorama. Is it possible for me to get a copy of that?
I don't understand the second question.
So clearly we gave Panorama like a request for, this is a project request with, or was, I'm sure it was over time. You had meetings with Panorama and said, this is the survey we'd like to Like who came up with the questions? What was the methodology behind it? You know?
So these are all developed by Panorama. So it's been researched and validated by them. I can certainly direct you to the sort of the research they did behind that. The surveys and the surveys we make available to everybody, so you can absolutely take a look at those as well.
Oh, that would be great. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? No? All right, back to you, Casey.
Great, thanks,
further?
David. I don't have much to say other than to publicly acknowledge Matt and the work that he has done all year. I think I say this every time, but Matt's role is new this year, and it just couldn't have come at a better time with the addition of our 9 adjustment counselors coming in and joining our clinical staff, especially during such a critical time. It just timed it right. Mariah, I think you were the biggest supporter at first of adding these 9 adjustment counselors. But like Nancy said, the work is still very much ahead of us in that, yes, we were able to serve an additional 200 students who really needed it. But what we need to do now is to establish a consistent foundation by way of universal tier 1 social emotional supports for our students. I don't want to leave on a low note now, but I think it's important that folks understand that the work now, as we continue the tier 2 and tier 3 work, is to make sure that every student has the same experience social emotionally at every school, regardless of what school they go to. And Matt will continue to lead that next year, in addition to having carried all the weight this year in establishing an SEL program, which is new to Brookline, is my understanding. So thank you, Matt, for all of this work. It's touched hundreds of lives of kids and staff and administrators. So very much appreciated.
Thanks, Casey.
Thank you. All right, so that leads us to the next discussion item, which is a K-8 social studies update with K-8 social studies curriculum coordinator, Greg Porter. Go ahead, Mr. Porter.
Great, thank you so much. Let me just get my screen share going here so everyone can see what I see. Okay, just a second. All right. Well, thank you everyone for having me this evening. Again, my name is Greg Porter. I'm the social studies coordinator for pre-K to 8. I'm here in Brookline. For those that don't know me, prior to this, I've been a longtime teacher here in Brookline, all at the Lawrence School. I was a 5th grade teacher for a number of years, followed by 6th and 7th grade social studies. So in our time together today, I have a series of objectives I'd like to kind of take you through. And before I dive into those, I'd also just like to sort of give you a little bit of broader context here. Obviously, I'm new to this role. I was in an interim position this year. And so, much of what I'm going to do tonight is sort of walk you through the process that I went through this year as a new coordinator, right? Learning sort of the current status of things to best sort of inform our path forward. So if this might be a little atypical from your other coordinator updates, I appreciate you bearing with me for a little bit. So as far as objectives for the evening, again, like I said, I'm going to take you through some of the early work I did this fall that's really informed the needs and direction of the department. I didn't want to make any assumptions about what things were or what they could have been. Again, I had a limited purview into the department from my teacher chair. And then I'm going to give a broad update on sort of the overarching K-8 landscape, and then I'll dive in a little more specifically into K2, 3, 5, and 6, 8 grade bands. And so, through this combination of early work and sort of learning the status of these different grades, the establishment of goals for our department, the action steps, for moving forward, and then some time for questions and comments at the end. Okay. So right from the start, it was a priority of mine to be with teachers and administrators in schools. Again, having been a part of an elementary school for a number of years, I was very familiar with Lawrence School, but beyond that, it was really around my 6-8 colleagues. And so I spent a lot of time, particularly in the elementary and lower elementary grades, sitting on carpets during morning meetings and, seeing what does social studies look like with 6-year-olds. That was a new world for me. And it's a pretty wonderful place if you've never if you've never been there for a first grade social studies class. I conducted an informal review of current PSB curriculum and curricular materials. And I'm going to pause here, as I did with the subcommittee, to sort of clarify what I'm going to mean throughout this presentation as curriculum and curricular materials. So in the context of this, the curriculum is that sequence of learning experiences that the students go through, right? Teachers facilitate learning experiences using curricular materials. So those curricular materials are the resources used for and during instruction. Okay. I know in Brookline, we often have different phrases that are referring to the same thing. And so just for clarity's sake, I wanted to say that. In the fall, it was a goal of OTL and obviously the social studies department to provide some updated guidance for instruction this year for K-8, particularly with K-5, right? Coming into a third year of sort of a pseudo COVID existence, what teachers were really telling us is that they needed some flexibility, they needed some new options, they needed some new materials. And so I secured those for folks and provided as much update and guidance as I could. Also in the fall, I went through and reviewed and balanced our department budget and inventoried materials to sort of see where we stood with all of those things. The goal of which was to provide as much flexibility for this year, but also in moving forward as a bit of sort of balancing the books. Not knowing what would come from this year of discovery, I wanted to have as much financial flexibility for what may come. And that's paid some pretty important dividends as we move into the future. I also engaged in a sort of a broader professional learning of sort of social studies in a couple of different ways. One, I participated with Gary Schiffman, my counterpart at BHS, in the Melrose Public Schools K-12 social studies program review. I wasn't familiar with that type of process before. And so again, I went for a learning experience, and it was eye-opening and incredibly informative. Some good contacts had come from that. And then also a really important part of my professional work this year was attending DESE-sponsored social studies coordinator meetings multiple times a month, and on a range of different topics. So again, not only did that expand my network, but it brought me into seeing what was happening really across the state, across sort of our counterparts around this part of the state, and really informed sort of my thinking on sort of what are those big buckets, what are those big bucket items that we need to be considering as from the coordinator's chair. And in part from those DESE meetings, it led me to that lower elementary focus, specifically K2. And so I did a formal review of all the internal materials for kindergarten through second grade. And so what I mean is these are the materials that the public schools of Brookline sort of put out as this is what we teach in kindergarten, first and second grade. And I'll get into a little bit more about that in just a second. So as far as the current status of K-8, I'm going to sort of work through these four buckets of curriculum, curricular materials, pedagogy, and professional development. So during the time of the pandemic, Office of Teaching and Learning created a really effective, from my view, tool, which is the Essential Curriculum K-5 Scope and Sequences. This is a way for teachers, administrators, families to see, what is the relative timeline for units in a given subject over the course of the year. And what that does, if sort of, I think, accessed and utilized properly, is it really shows opportunities for intentional interdisciplinary learning, right? Where are those overlaps that we're seeking out? And so that's a really important tool that I want to use as we move forward. But the reality of what I discovered is that the district curriculum, the materials, again, that are put out by the public schools of Brookline for, say, a new teacher who might come into the district, they're largely incomplete, somewhat disorganized, and inequitable in that there is no one sort of path that everyone is taking. Doesn't necessarily mean it has to stay directly on the path, but that path is unclear. And paired with that, curricular materials, I found a treasure trove of some unbelievably well-created, in-depth, innovative work. When I say I found it, I navigated through a very tricky online world. And maybe that's a result of sort of multiple tech shifts, multiple leadership changes. But what I found is that if it's tricky for me to find it, it's probably even trickier for the teacher who needs to teach a lesson that particular day. And so the problem there is that incomplete, disorganized org structure and material structure makes it really difficult for there to be any kind of consistency across the district. And coupled with that, inconsistent alignment with the mass frameworks from 2018, which are the most recent for history and social sciences. Pedagogically speaking, another really difficult thing that teachers are working with is inconsistent time on learning from building to building, grade to grade, and even class to class. So if you were to ask a first grade teacher in each of the schools how much time they teach each week for social studies, you're going to get really different answers. You could get as many as 25 different answers. And so that obviously has an effect on instructional practices. And obviously inconsistency and inability to support them at the level that they need, right? How does anyone support that number of teachers if you don't know how often they're teaching? And coupled with that, the high quality sort of an up-to-date pedagogical moves we're looking for in our instruction is not embedded anywhere in those curriculum or curricular materials. And so again, you've got some teachers who have taken it upon themselves to sort of train themselves up and deliver really high quality instruction, and others respectfully who are trying to juggle so many different pieces and who rely on these inconsistent materials and curriculum. And then again, further sort of challenging the K-8 world. In spite of all of what I've said so far, teachers really like teaching social studies. I was so pleasantly, I don't want to say surprised, but in talking with teachers, there is a love, there is a passion for teaching social studies. Folks see the critical nature at this particular point in our history for the social studies instruction, and yet we have no clearly defined professional development structure by which to deliver what they need. I do not, as a curriculum coordinator, have any designated time with kindergarten through 5th grade teachers, which makes up the vast, vast majority of the teachers I support. And the reality, as I said, is I am a department of one. And so there's only so much capacity to go around, despite my best intentions to support everybody. Oh, for some reason, my slide doesn't want to go. There we go. Sorry about that. So I'd like to take a moment just to kind of go into some strengths and opportunities within each of the grade bands. Our kindergarten through 2nd grade teachers, despite, again, some of the challenges I shared, have a clear focus on incorporating lives of students and families and communities into their classroom. They want students to engage in the community around them. And there is some work of alignment in some places. And so there are, like I said, these pockets of really wonderful, innovative work that's taking place. Again, I'll highlight that word pockets. And so, again, the opportunity here in K2 is to deal with that incomplete nature, that inconsistency, and find materials and find curriculum that are standards aligned, that do have that embedded pedagogy, and that do provide these rich learning experiences that we're looking for our students. And so with the shifts that I'm going to speak about again in a little bit, there's going to be a need to review and revise those Brookline learning expectations that really, in most places, again, not even just with K2, predate those 2018 mass framework changes. So the learning expectations are have a need for revision. I'll put it that way. Within grades 3 to 5, in the time of the pandemic, my predecessor was able to secure 2 solid resources for both 3rd grade and 5th grade. These had digital access that helped instruction during the pandemic when we were remote. They're still in need of a more formal review, but there is some strong quality there. Within grades 3 and 4, there's focus on social justice. In grade 4, there's a grant that was put out by a number of our colleagues through the BEF. There's a group of teachers in 3rd grade looking to revive and reframe the integrated unit connected to the Hidden Brookline program here in town. And I've been working with a retired teacher, Kim Barnum, and some folks from the old burying ground to think about how to best reframe that unit. And also within grade 5, the folks over at the Lincoln School this year have been piloting some DESE created curriculum, and I've reapplied, and that pilot will continue next year, where it will be a full year of curriculum, 4 full units that have actually reframed that 2018 framework to be far more digestible. If you've talked to any 5th grade teacher in the last few years, you'll have known that what basically happened was the 5th grade course that even I taught many years ago, that at the time of the framework in 2018, basically an entire new unit was added to the prior framework without any revision. And so I'll just say that was a challenge, to say the least. And so this DESE curriculum, which according to our Lincoln colleagues, the materials are really strong. These new pilot materials take that sort of really massive amount of history and focus it on really the critical pieces that the kids need in a far more manageable way for the teachers. And these opportunities, as I said, are similar to K2. It's identifying what we have currently that those innovative, those creative, those really well-crafted materials, is our path forward a better identification and structuring of what we have, identifying external materials to pair with it. It's really sort of both and. It's providing professional development in those new tools that we've provided to the teachers, looking at alignment more carefully, particularly in 4th grade, because the 3rd and 5th grade courses are more sort of linear in nature. And then again, a need to review, update, revise learning expectations. And then in grades 6 through 8, you can see I sort of grouped 6 and 7 together. Where 6 and 7 are a bit unique is that I'd say in the K-8 landscape, 6-7 is as close to alignment to the MAS framework, I'd say, as any other grade, if not more so, because we began, and again, as a teacher at the time, we began a very intentional plan, a multi-year plan of sort of shifting our curriculum over. When the 2018 framework came out, it sort of reshuffled some units that already existed in 6th and 7th grade and kind of put them in new places. And so that work began pre-COVID and has continued in more of a refining kind of way. That same pilot that I mentioned from DESE in grade 5 also was taking place this year in grade 7 at Lincoln School. That too will continue next year. And I've applied for a 6th grade teacher to engage in the pilot next year. In that same program we applied last year but weren't accepted. So there's some really strong work being done in 6 and 7. And in grade 8, you'll see I sort of call it a hybrid course. So that multiple year plan that I talked about of realigning 6th and 7th and 8th grade that kicked off pre-COVID. When COVID hit, that was right around the time when 8th grade was going to start that significant work to shift from what was a US history course to the civics course that is designed in the framework. And so this year has been a bit of a hybrid of the two. We've had still happening, but it finished in some places, a pilot of the Civic Action Project in all 8 schools this year. There's been some really interesting work with the project. Just for context, we reached out to town meeting members and paired the town meeting members from the precincts of the schools with the teachers, and there's been an interaction in the classroom. I got to sit in on the Runkle School experience with my colleague Shira, and the kids were so thoughtful and well-spoken. Town meeting members were fantastic with the middle school kids. I was super impressed. And that sort of access for kids to those decision makers is such a big deal and such a powerful part of what the Civic Action Project can be. And so I'm really excited for the direction of that moving forward. I've also applied for a DESE grant specifically around the 8th grade course. And I framed it around the design and selection and implementation of an 8th grade course that really marries intentionally the critical history that's necessary, that the teachers have identified, that I've identified, that's necessary for the understanding of the civics concepts that come in. And so I'm really excited about hopefully the funding, but regardless of that, the future course design that's going to start soon in grade 8. I've also written into that grant a partnership with the group Generation Citizen, which has a really well crafted approach to the Civic Action Project. That's something that we looked into this year, but again, with sort of the moving pieces of this sort of third COVID year, it just wasn't going to happen. And lastly, with grade 8, we're also going to take a look and have begun the work of looking at the pilot MCAS materials. So if folks aren't aware, last year there was a pilot test in grade 8 that schools could opt into. Brookline did not. We were offered that same opportunity this spring. And I'll tell you that I opted out again, and I'll tell you why. Really what I was hoping for if we were to participate in the pilot was I wanted access to seeing the components of the test in real time. And I wanted to get data, right? I wanted to see what does our current hybrid course do to prepare students for this pilot test. And what I was told from DESE is not only would I not have access to the questions after the test, but I would not have access to the data. And so the two parts that I wanted from the pilot, I was not going to have. And so in recent months, we learned that they have since published last year's test materials from the pilot. And so the teachers and I have begun the work of looking at that sort of with a critical eye toward the development of our course. And again, you'll see again, the trends sort of continue in terms of opportunities, perhaps less so with 6th and 7th grade, but obviously with 8th grade in creating a more sort of uniform course. We need some final sort of decisions, or at least some collaboration on where to house the Civic Action Project. Could it be an integrated sort of capstone experience that's shared across the 8th grade teacher teams at each building versus just a social studies project? The pilots that have run this year have run with different models. We've had teachers that have run them by themselves. We've had sort of ELA integration, science integration, another teacher that ran it through social studies and advisory, which again encompasses all of the other teachers in the 8th grade. So we're going to have some really interesting data to look at as far as where to house this project. And again, once the course design work is in place, or at least is moving forward, again, a need to look at those learning expectations. And I know there's a lot of info on here. I apologize for if it's a lot to look at. So again, all of that to say, and again, like this, my sleeves are rolled up. Like this is the work that I love to do. Like none of that discourages me. So I see a few furrowed brows out there. Like I'm really excited about the direction that we're going to get to go over the next few years. And so let me talk a little bit about goals, and then I'll get into some of the things that are in place as far as actions currently. So as far as curriculum is concerned, closer alignment with those 2018 frameworks, both sort of those curriculum standards and practice standards. That's a goal for our department. You've heard me say updated learning expectations. Coupled with that, progress reports that actually reflect what's being taught in the classrooms. Curriculum that teachers can use, that is sort of ready to go in many ways. That's accessible, that is consistent, that is sustainable. The cycle of writing and rewriting and constructing, just in talking with teachers, that capacity with the growing demands on the job is just less than it used to be. And then also curriculum that is focused on equity and creating equitable experiences across our schools. And material and curriculum that supports and challenges all students intentionally, right? Thoughtfully. In Brookline, we should have complete and comprehensive curricular materials, right? The early morning scrambling to find an article that fits the need is far too much the norm. There's a time and a place for that. I've been in that chair. But we need curricular materials that are complete, that help teachers go through the path of their course, that are reflective of all the stakeholder values. Listening to Matt's presentation, talking about embedding SEL practices into instruction, it's exactly what I'm talking about here. Right? How can we intentionally embed all of these pieces, all of these stakeholders into what we're providing for teachers and for students, so that they don't silo these concepts into different places, stacking them on top of one another, because at some point the dam breaks. We want these materials to be representative and reflective of all of our students and families, right? To help foster, again, that sense of belonging that Matt's talking about. And then it provides authentic learning opportunities, opportunities for people and students to take action, to make a difference, to have their opinions heard. And we need pedagogy that's embedded in the curriculum and in the curricular materials, right? So that there are intentional skills and practices that are woven into what we're putting in front of teachers and in front of students. We need those practices to be culturally responsive, so that we are meeting the needs of all of our students. We need to build teacher capacity and confidence in leading courageous conversations, right? There, just too many times that I care to count over the last several years, these tragic occurrences take place, and the teachers, are there for their students, and I want them to feel supported and confident in their ability, not just in social studies class, right? Those conversations don't happen in the vacuum of a social studies class, but it's in the wheelhouse of social studies pedagogy that we can support our teachers in leading these conversations. And again, we need to have consistent time on learning for social studies. If it's the priority that I see it is, we have to have it. And then professional development needs to be multifaceted, curriculum and pedagogy. It has to be upfront. So when new things are coming into place, we have to train up our teachers, coach up our teachers, provide ongoing PD, and have designated time, scheduled time for that to take place. And again, as those that have heard me speak to this before, the reality is all of this work takes many hands. And so any level of increased staffing or teacher leadership opportunities are things that I'm going to need to explore as we grow the department. And there we go. Okay, so almost done, folks. So action steps. And again, for the subcommittee folks that heard me speak back in March, there are some of these things are now in action, and I can speak to them a little bit. So our K2 external materials review is in progress. So there are 3 different pilot teams in place currently, piloting 3 different programs. This spring, they're teaching 1 unit. We're reviewing that. The hope is to narrow that to 2 programs that we could then run as full year pilots next year. And again, based on the data that comes from that, moving forward, hopefully with a strong tool for instruction moving forward. We're in the process of revising all of the course overviews for K8. So this is a sort of broad, sort of 10,000 foot view at each of the courses K through 8. That's happening not just in social studies, but across OTL. I've been working with OTL to create a more predictable, accessible, and sustainable PD structure. One of the things we've been talking a lot about as a coordinator team is the demands that we put on teachers as we put new things into place. And so we're thinking really in an integrated and collaborative way about the demands we're putting on teachers. If there's something happening in 2nd grade in math and maybe in year 2 in social studies, we can't drop new ELA curricula on top of that. And so we're really thinking creatively about not only how we implement and put PD into place, but the structures that we have in our existing system, right? We know there are limitations, but we're thinking about how to use them more effectively. Also working with OTL regarding increased staffing in the social studies department. And by that, I mean opportunities for teacher leadership positions, perhaps as a first step. Again, I know Sam would probably smile at me if I was talking about FTEs, which I won't. But But the reality is the work that needs to take place across K-8 can move more effectively with more hands. And so I'll work with OTL to find some creative solutions to address this, but also as a former teacher, intentionally created teacher leadership positions within our district haven't been as maybe readily available as they could be. And so that's also something that I've been thinking about and talking with OTL about in the last few months. And then as summer comes along, we'll sort of shift things to some of those other grade bands. So as you noted, notice I started with K2. I'm going to sort of move up into 3 and 4 and start to look more specifically at the internal sort of district created materials or district promoted materials, as well as getting into 6-8 a little bit more. And then that grade 8 course design is on the horizon as well. Oops. And then again, some further action steps that are coming. A broader revision of the vision, mission, goals of the social studies department. What do we want to be about? That's some work that I'm looking forward to getting into next year. The revision, as I noted, of the learning expectations, the time on learning, and trying to create some consistency there. The social studies department, so both Gary at the high school and myself have partnered with Keith Lizama and Metco on a 6 through 12 internal materials review. And I'm not sure if either Keith or Gary has spoken to this body about that yet, but that's something that in partnership with OTL is on the horizon. It was originally slated for this spring, but it's looking like perhaps this fall will be a better time to kick that off. Vetting external materials for potential use in grades 3 and 4. And then as noted at the subcommittee meeting, my title does involve pre-K. And so that fact-finding process that I talked about in sort of the K-8 world this year, I'm going to shift that to pre-K next year and think about ways to better integrate the pre-K experience into the K-8 experience. Okay. So before I take questions, again, I'd just like to say thank you again for having me this evening. Again, I know it's kind of cheesy, but like the sleeves rolled up pieces, that's me. I'm really ready to take on the challenges that are before us. There are unbelievably motivated, talented social studies teachers across the K-8 landscape. I could do another presentation another day telling you about all the unbelievable things that are happening. I saw a Driscoll 7th grade class present to both myself and a invited guest, a DESE curriculum writer. 7th graders present their proposed revisions to the mass framework on the unit on Oceania because they felt that it wasn't adequate enough. Like unbelievably thoughtful, wonderful work. I sat in a 1st grade class at where the students were mapping their classroom and learning how to create symbols and keys for representing different spaces in their room. I mean, there's so much, and those are just a couple, simple examples, but I'm blown away by what I see and what that does is it drives me to work really, really hard for them to put forth really strong curriculum and curricular materials so that they can continue to improve instruction. So thanks, everybody.
Thank you very much, Mr. Porter. Are there any questions or comments? Mariah, go ahead.
Hi, thanks, Greg. This was great. It was really comprehensive and it's so exciting to see all the work you're doing and to see your enthusiasm for it. And I think you touched on this a little bit, but I'm gonna ask the question in 2 different ways. In the work that you're doing to revise the curriculum, are you screening for culturally responsive materials and ensuring cultural responsiveness across the materials? And then part B of that question is, one of the things that we love so much about Brookline is teachers bringing their own flair to curriculum and sometimes, their own unique twist on things. And how do you ensure that the unique materials are also culturally responsive to the standard that we would expect.
Absolutely. So I'll start with your point on the sort of how am I screening for the culturally responsive materials and pedagogy. So I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation some of the work that I've been doing throughout the year with DESE. So part of what led to, I'll use the K2 work as an example. Part of what led me to that was learning about work that DESE had done, examining, I believe it was almost 30 different curriculum options for elementary instruction. And they created a really comprehensive review rubric that had sort of baseline criteria and a second tier and sort of a third tier in criteria. One of those criterion was specifically around culturally responsive pedagogy. And so I sort of took that rubric, and I'll make up a word and say sort of Brooklineized it by reviewing all different sort of Brookline PSB stakeholders, like the Office of Educational Equity, the Social Emotional Learning, the Climate Justice Group. And so what I did was I sort of screened the DESE screener to see if our stakeholder values were reflected in it. Where it was, I kept their work, and where it wasn't, I generated criterion that spoke to our stakeholders. And so I then took that rubric and used it for the internal review of our PSB materials, and the teachers are now using that for their review of the external materials. And so, again, that's one of a number of criterion, usability being another, alignment with frameworks, a number of different criteria. And then as far as the sort of unique materials, that's part of again, there's two pieces to it. The flair, the innovation, the creativity is something I don't want to lose at any point. There's a wonderful, rich amount of background knowledge of our teachers here. So what I'm looking to do, and this might be a terrible analogy, is sort of create like a bowling alley where the bumpers are up, right? Like I want people heading in the same direction, and I want people to have this intentional endpoint in mind and intentional benchmarks, right? That can be measured. And I do want opportunities for people to innovate and be creative. But I think what's really hard to do is exactly what you were saying. How can I innovate and create on sort of an on the fly kind of manner, and always also have my eyes in tune with best practices in social studies, culturally responsive pedagogy, social emotional learning. They despite best intentions, it at best is inequitable, where excellent work can live and sort of in between experiences live. So I don't know if that answers your question completely, but that's part of the challenge, is that again, as a former teacher, I created work that I absolutely loved, and I wouldn't do it again now that I know what I know.
I think that's really helpful. I think also there's sometimes each teacher has their flair, but it's not necessarily generated in the moment. They go back to that. They hone that flair over years. And so how I appreciate your analogy of putting the bumpers on, and I assume that you're to use your made up verb or adverb or whatever it is, adjective. Good thing you're social studies and not ELA.
Right.
So your Brooklineized guidelines so that teachers can themselves, apply that. I wonder if that's something you'd be willing to share with the committee, just so we could see what that looks like. I would be very interested to see the curriculum guidelines or whatever that you call that.
Absolutely. Well, and then the other piece I would add, just made me think of it when you said that, is imagine if we have that bowling alley with the bumpers. Imagine if we were able to identify a high quality tool that potentially gets us 80% of what we want. Then when I come back to those pedagogy and curriculum PDs, we can target really specific things so that teacher created materials have the level of specificity that we need, that have the level of culturally responsiveness in them, because we can target and have targeted PD and targeted creation, as opposed to having to build everything from scratch and keep all of the plates spinning.
Yeah, and I think also it would be so valuable, like, I don't know if you offer this, but is there peer review of FLAIR or centralized review of FLAIR? Thinking about just PD themselves, of being able to look at each other's work and comment on the bumpers, I think would be valuable.
It's excellent. It's an excellent idea.
Thank you.
Helen?
Yeah, thank you. I keep on learning things every time you present, Greg. We heard you said and curriculum. And I'm going to ask the same question I asked last time in terms of the 8th grade curriculum and the redoing of it, and where facing history fits into this. Have you decided to eliminate it? I mean, I guess that's a question.
No.
And how it fits in, I guess.
No, I was hoping you would ask it again.
Oh, good. I didn't know that.
No, that's good. No, that's good. So I think part of where it's amazing how I don't say things can change, but how, again, more time and more learning can inform. So part of what was interesting, again, through the work I did with DESE this year, is I also went through a lot of their materials, and DESE did a very similar process like the one I described for K-5, where they reviewed external materials. They went through and reviewed a number of 8th grade course options with a really fine-tooth comb. And so what they did was a combination of sort of, for their words, sort of core curriculum that's going to walk you through maybe more of the frameworks. And they also looked at supplemental materials, one of which was facing history. And so what's interesting is it doesn't appear, at least to me, going through their work, that any one tool is going to do the whole job, and that shouldn't really surprise us. And so where I'm at now with our 8th grade team is identifying, again, what do we want this course to be about? And what are the best tools to support that course design? And so one of the tools that I want to re-examine, and I was less, again, I think I just didn't know as much then as I know now. One of the tools that I want to very intentionally put on the table is facing history, amongst others, respectfully, to help us really in the design of this course. Is it a combination? And again, what I think is going to happen with 8th grade, again, I'll come back to you in the fall with more information, is a course that is designed by these teachers with materials that they have created, and then we have really self-identified ones that speak to specific needs. And so I'm excited to go through the process with them of not only sort of examining their flair, as Mariah said a moment ago, examining what they've been using, but really stepping out of that. What is the sort of the purpose of this course? What are the best tools to teach this course? And then get them in place, train the teachers up, because everything that I've learned about facing history across Brookline is that even at its best, much like a lot of things you heard from me tonight, it was wildly inconsistent. It was not.
Many people didn't have PD in it and would just pick up the book.
And so that's having access to the physical materials and having gone through the experience, as any educator would know, it's such a different. If someone handed me the book from a wonderful week of PD, that's a very different tool than living it myself. And so you're right. Whatever tool or tools we identify, as I said in here, it's coaching them up with the materials and the pedagogy. But it's exciting. Yeah, it's my sort of vision around 8th grade has definitely taken more shape over the last couple of months. So I appreciated the back and forth in March, because it pushed me to start thinking differently.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. I'm very glad. And I don't know if you know, but a former school committee member, Dimitri Anselm, works at Facing History and is in charge of their curriculum. So he could be a very good resource and used to teach in Brookline. So between all of that, he would be an excellent, excellent resource.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Suzanne?
Yeah, thank you, David. Thank you, Greg, for the presentation. I learned a lot. There's a lot there. I want to go back to that inconsistent times. So I know it's a struggle and a problem. It came up about 5 or 6 years ago where we know the day only has so many minutes, and somehow reading and writing got a bulk of a lot of the time, and social studies and science in some cases really lost out in some schools. And so it's been a concern of many of the school committee members for a while now, and certainly some group of parents. And so I just think somehow that we need to, find the ELA within social studies, which should not be that hard, so that you have consistent set times for social studies, and then also, of course, for science, but that's not your thing. But working together with all the curriculum coordinators so that you get the time that you need. Again, ELA can be part of social studies, ELA and math can be part of science. And so sometimes, we need to blend those, and to have one subject carved out to the detriment of the other, or just not even having it. It doesn't seem, it's not right to me. I think project-based learning could handle some of that. So I am hoping that everybody will have in their schedule K-5, some science and some social studies on a consistent basis. What are you thinking? You thinking that's going to be possible, or?
I'll say I'm cautiously optimistic, but I'll also say one of the things I sort of want it. I'm optimistic, and right, I'm always planning for a contingency, right? And so one of the things that I've done is I've reached out to the ELA department and have started doing my own learning about their reading and writing programs, particularly the nonfiction. And so what I'm doing, and one of the sort of the projects that's on my mind as we start to narrow down potentially the K2 options is sort of going through those with the lens of literacy in mind. Perhaps even partnering with Joanna, literacy coaches or specialists who might be willing to turn the literacy lens to these potential social studies materials. I want whatever comes into Brookline potentially to integrate naturally exactly the way that you said, right? Using those scopes and sequences. If I can see that there's a nonfiction unit on the ELA sequence in grade 3 that takes place during a particular social studies unit, or could, where it lends itself to really thoughtful integrated work. I think that makes a ton of sense. I think working with ELA for us to even identify those overlaps, right? Again, keeping all those plates in the air as a teacher is really hard. So, I won't volunteer Joanna, but I know what I would be willing to do is for us to sort of self-identify those places at various grade levels for that thoughtful integration, right? So it's both and. I think there should be designated time and knowing the realities. A more proactive approach to integration from the district level, I think, is what's going to happen.
Okay, thank you. I will say that the amount of nonfiction work that has come out in the last 10 years has been phenomenal for all grade levels and all reading levels. And so I think we really can find those intersections so that can happen. So thank you for your efforts with that.
Of course. Jennifer?
Hi, thanks, Greg. How are you? Thanks for coming back up to the full committee and adding some more new information and updating your presentation for us. I wanted to make one comment kind of in addition to what I originally wanted to speak to in relation to the conversation you and Mariah were starting to have, and the conversation about innovation. And I think innovation and collaboration are not separate from one another. And so this idea of not working harder, but working smarter together and that teachers often create things because there's a void. And so networking together and collaborating together and innovating together. And so we can sort of streamline that process. And I'm hopeful with, this idea of a rubric and I, sort of your visual of a bumper and sort of navigating in one direction, paddling in one direction together. I think that was, it's a really great idea. But having people collaborate together and innovate together kind of meets a lot of needs. And I think is a really great idea. I sort of wanted to back up. We were talking a lot about materials, and I wanted to sort of back up on your slide. You were talking about, one of your action steps was course review. And I think that for me, one of the, before getting into materials, the foundational step and this is the structure is the alignment of the learning expectations and the state standards, and making sure that, I know it's been a number of years since the state standards came out for social studies and the alignment. I think it was like 18, but it's been a while. And I want to make sure that we're aligned, that the, grade level learning expectations match the state standards. And I think you've identified that there's some room for growth and some work to do there. And I really respect, that that's part of the presentation, and that, we know that we have some areas that we want to work on. And I really think that's important that we make that alignment so that we can make sure that the expectations and the standards match at the grade levels, so that we can then shift materials to be at the right grade levels before we spend a lot of time working on the materials if they're not in the right grade levels, because that might fundamentally shift the materials if they're not at the right grade levels. So say a unit is typically was a 5th grade unit, but that's not a 5th grade unit anymore. It really is supposed to be in 4th or shifted up to 6th, which way better than I know. Just saying, I know these things happen. I know that I get told like, that's not your unit anymore, that got shifted. And so that's going to go to another grade level. And so I just want to make sure that we've got everything aligned and the bones are there before we start investing or spending lots of time, human time and energy and financial time in new materials, and make sure that everything's aligned the way that we want it to be in Brookline and the state before we invest in more materials or time, creating materials or aligning materials or reviewing materials to match those standards. And then the second layer of that or piece that goes together is that time on learning that Suzanne was talking about, was another really big piece for me. So like, once we have those learning expectations and state standards lined up, that we make sure that we have the time on learning that we really need to allocate for science and social studies. In particular, I bring it up because we're talking about social studies, that we give it the time that it needs for students to engage. You talked about some of these really great projects that students are really engaged in. Suzanne brought up project-based learning. And I know that there are units in reading and writing that clearly overlap, informational writing and writing, informational reading, nonfiction. There are places, and I think that these are great opportunities when we're doing this kind of essential curriculum and these reviews for us to think about how we can constructively and creatively engage our students in really deep engaging learning with units, and think about how we can overlap some of this work so that we can create spaces for project-based learning. So I just encourage as much as we can. I know it's a lot of work. I know there's not a lot of FTE, and I encourage us to I love the idea of being creative and finding ways. And I hear, interest in committee members for supporting that kind of work. So I just encourage you to keep doing that. I see a lot of things on the to-do list. That's a lot of work to tackle. So I guess my biggest takeaway is like, I really encourage us to work on the bones of it first, as much as we can, and make sure that's all in alignment before we get too far into the weeds of some of the work and then have to backtrack. So I'm sure you've already thought of all of that, because that's what you do all day long, but that's my biggest worry. So I'll just throw it out there.
Yeah. No, I it's the way my brain works too, is that like I like, as I mentioned, 10,000 feet, but like the broader macro level of, like I said, even what's the purpose of a course, right? What are we here? What's the content? What are the practices? What are the skills? And then from there, where are the intentional overlaps with other content areas and their skills and practices? And then identifying the tools that can help us, teach and learn those identified areas. So no, I'm right there with you. It's I'm also, again, maybe I'll just say as the new coordinator, also trying to learn sort of the timeline of all this type of work, right? A lot sort of the difference of sort of the adaptive and the technical, right? The technical process and the timeline it takes to sort of move the process of like physical material, and then also sort of the process of like hearts and minds and the broader thinking skills. It's an interesting process from this chair, and I think part of this year has been learning that timeline. And some things, again, to your point, I think some things got ahead and some things fell behind, and now we're sort of coming to a good place where the process is again more comprehensive, more integrated. So I think, but I hear your point, right? You don't want one thing to get, the new toy, so to speak, to get out in front of it if it doesn't speak to the needs or doesn't speak to the identified goals of a grade level.
Do you think you have sort of an estimated timeline on the alignment of sort of matching up the learning expectations and the state standards to like grade level bands or grade levels, and making sure that things are matched up? Do you have sort of an estimate on that piece of work?
You? I mean, it can be I would say what's a factor is something I spoke to earlier, which is the work of my colleagues, and not, not ignoring the fact that anything that I do or the social studies department does to a grade or grade band isn't done in isolation, right? So we're working to sort of integrate that timeline so that, we're not all trying to move the ball forward at the exact same time in every area, if that makes sense. But grade, I mean, I'd say grades K2, if things go at their current timeline, I mean, we're talking as early as, SY 23, 24, grade 5, the same time, 3 and 4, 6, 7, 8 are probably a year behind that, a year or two. So we're talking about, basically I've mapped out the next 6 years in terms of the timeline for each grade level and what needs to be done. Obviously in revision and also in consultation with my colleagues. But yeah, it's really difficult to think about it taking another, for all of K8 to take another 5 or 6 years for all of those grades to be aligned to 2018 frameworks. It's very challenging, to say the least. Even though it's the right work, it's just because of, again, the realities and somewhat of the limitations of the department, that's what we're looking at.
Thanks,
All
Greg.
right, Nancy. Welcome.
First of all, I wanted to say thank you, Greg, for your presentation. I like your energy and your enthusiasm. I think it's terrific, and I'm glad that you're here. I too am new, so as a newbie, your presentation was alarming.
Yeah.
So in a good way, though, in a good way that I recognize that in order for the business of learning and education to move forwards and become innovative, sometimes you have to look at what you're doing and say, this all has to change. And I think, and I hope, I'm looking forward to presentations from a lot of the other curriculum coordinators to see how things are moving in the same fashion. I get that social studies is a push me pull you, because it's a push me pull you between history and current events, and especially, and things change as the grades progress. And social studies is one of my son's favorite subjects, just so you know. He's in 8th grade. I don't know. I have so many questions for you, and I don't want to take up everybody's time. I'm probably going to reach out to you and ask you those questions singularly, if that's okay. I guess I'm just wanted to say, yes, I echo what Mariah said. One of the things that we fight for the teachers is that, that they are allowed to have the flexibility to put their own spin on their teaching, because that's what makes that's what makes Brookline educators incredibly great, is that they are so passionate about what they're teaching and how they teach it. And that's what makes them not just educators, but also innovators. And we want to continue to give them that kind of flexibility. And then also, I guess what I'm saying is, how can we help you? Like, you know, as I'm here, what can we do to help you?
Yeah. Let me just start by just jumping in on the flexibility sort of innovation piece. I mean, part of my goal, I mean, I would say my foot's still in the room, right? I mean, I was, and so I appreciated as a longtime teacher, the flexibility, the creativity, the autonomy. One of the things that I can tell you, I'll only speak for myself, is that one of the things that varies based on capacity is the intentionality with which you build and innovate and create. And so when I said there are things that I put in front of students that I was extremely proud of, that's true. And it's also true that there are things that I put in front of students that I was really proud of at that time that I would never put in front of them again. And so what I'm asking people—
I'm sorry to interrupt. Was that like just a question of timing? I mean, you know, there are things that people taught a while ago that are completely inappropriate now. Is it of the same vein?
It can be timing, but part of what I'm getting at with intentionality is around what are the skills, the practices, the pedagogical moves that are a part of social studies that maybe as a social studies specialist in middle school, I was more adept and trained in, that the elementary folks with limited PD and limited resources and limited access, the broader K-5 team across the district of I call them like their K-8 social studies teachers. They might be English, math, and science too, but I address them all very intentionally as social studies teachers because that's what they are. The problem is the differences in terms of that intentionality vary so greatly based on access, opportunity, timing, when they came into the district, what PD they signed up for, what they couldn't sign up for because there was a competing PD from a different department. And so what's really tricky is, as a teacher, again, only speaking for myself, how the end result may have been this wonderfully amazing experience, but was the grading rubric as detailed and specific and useful as it needed to be to really address the core concepts that I had at the heart of that project? Or did the kids just make a really cool looking model? Right? Like, and I love that model and I loved that project. And I spent 2 weeks on it. And was that the right use of those 2 weeks of time? Right? Did it really get at the core concepts of that content? Did it really get at the skills necessary to show development over 6, 7, 8? I don't know that it all did. And that's me being
incredibly hard on yourself.
But I think that's what we have to ask of all of our teachers is don't love anything that you do so much that you wouldn't turn a critical eye to it or ask someone else to look at it. And someone mentioned I think it was Mariah that mentioned the sort of peer review with a critical eye, because our kids deserve it.
True.
And then how to help. I mean, is this like one of those things where I can just ask for anything and then it just pop? No. Money, time, resources, people. Yeah, the list is long, as Jennifer said it, and I am going to do all of it. But if it's me, there's a certain pace that it can go. If it's me with teacher leaders and creative solutions to teacher leadership, it can move faster. If it's me with district-wide staff that can help me coordinate district-wide work, it can move even faster.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions or comments? All right, seeing none, thank you very much, Mr. Porter, for that presentation. We all greatly appreciate your coming and sharing all that information about what's going on at the K-8 level of social studies. Very exciting. Thanks. You. All right, so that brings us to our next agenda item, which is discussion of the 2022 superintendent evaluation process and timeline. So just as a quick overview, again, One of the responsibilities of a school committee is to evaluate the superintendent. And that is something that we are returning to this year. We have not been in a position to do it the last couple of years because we had interims. And the evaluation is intended in part as an ongoing process for purposes of strategic planning, because the superintendent incorporates the feedback that we provide in our evaluations into setting goals for the following year and for the years thereafter. So it's helpful in that sense. And given that we now have a permanent superintendent who will hopefully be with us for many, many years to come, it's good for us to get back into that habit of performing evaluations. Now, the phase that we are about to enter with the evaluation process is we'll receive a progress report from the superintendent, which is essentially a self-assessment of sorts about where the superintendent currently is in terms of meeting the goals that he set out for the district for this year. Then each of us individually complete an evaluation. The school committee chair and/or designees then compile these different evaluations that come from each school committee member into one single combined report, which we then discuss and vote on at a future meeting. And currently we're scheduled to have that discussion and vote at our final meeting of the school year, which is on June 16th. Now, in terms of going into a little more detail, each evaluation that school committee members will complete essentially has 4 sections. So the first one is to assess progress toward goals. The second one is to assess performance on the standards. And the third one is the overall summative performance, where we give a characterization of whether it was unsatisfactory, needs improvement, proficient, or exemplary, and then evaluator comments. Each one of those 4 categories that I just delineated has some subcategories. So in assessing progress towards goals, the first subcategory within that is professional practice goals. The superintendents generally select at least one professional practice goal at the outset of each year. The second subcategory would be student learning goals. Superintendents generally will select at least one student learning goal for the year. And then the third subcategory is district improvement goals. Superintendents will generally select 2 to 4. The next category that I mentioned, assessing performance on standards, that has 4 subcategories. The first one's instructional leadership. The second one is management and operations. The third one is family and community engagement. And the fourth one is professional culture. And even each of those subcategories have subcategories. So for example, under instructional leadership, we look at curriculum, instruction, assessment, evaluation, decision-making, and student learning. Now, some of these are sub-selected by the superintendent for what we call focus indicators. And so as school committee members, we pay particular attention to those, but we can evaluate in each one of those categories. In terms of evaluator comments, we are free to provide narrative comments on each one of these sections, but are not required to do so. The one requirement we do have in the narrative evaluation is for the overall evaluator comments. These are all public documents, so eventually anybody can see our ratings and our evaluations. And in the past, these have actually even been posted online. So any questions on that? I know that's sort of a lot, but I will add that this is pretty standardized. The DESE has a guidebook that defines these categories. We are certainly free to modify them somewhat, but generally this is the rubric that gets provided.
So I'll just, if I could add, David, a few things. I actually listened in March 4th on an MASC presentation on this. Perhaps it's online. I haven't checked, but he went through all the parts. It was very helpful. So Glenn Kuchar could answer any questions we might have about this. I would guess that most of us have not done this. I think I was part of it with Andrew Bott, but that was the last time I think we've done this. So I'm sure many members have not done this. There is, when you talk about standards, they talk about exemplary, proficient, needs improvement, or unsatisfactory. In fact, we can say developing for a new superintendent. So that's something that we would not say for in year 4 or 5, but in the first year or 2, we can say the superintendent is developing a standard, is in development or is developing a standard, rather than saying exemplary or proficient at this time or needs improvement. The indicators, as David said, we do not have to do all 40 indicators. I think that if I'm correct, Linus, you're going to send out perhaps tomorrow your self-assessment with some of the indicators and evidence for some of those indicators, but certainly not all 40. We do not have to do that. It might be that an indicator we don't address this year might be something you want us to address next year or have the superintendent address. So as David said, the work we do on this evaluation will inform us for our evaluation for next year. So that will give the superintendent some guidance on where he wants to go. Again, as David said, each of our written evaluations, the individuals, are public. So just be aware of that. That is available to the public. And we will discuss and vote this. Our thinking was perhaps, this is aggressive, but perhaps by June 9th, we can each have gone over our individual evaluations for the superintendent, start a public discussion on the 9th, and then perhaps have a compiled evaluation for the 16th to vote on. It's a little aggressive, but you know, if we get it done, we get it done. I mean, that would be the goal. Yeah, those are some of the notes that I had.
All right, Andy, so you have a question?
Yes, David, the framework that you laid out before, does that already reflect the fact that this is Dr. Guillory's first year, or should we be tailoring it further to take that into account?
Well, I think that gets into what Suzanne was talking about, that we can also use the developing as a rating instead of having to settle on proficient, exemplary, needs improvement, or unsatisfactory. But the rubric for the most part is pretty much the same. It's a very standardized form. We can adjust it slightly, but that ability to put developing is what usually distinguishes a superintendent in his or her first year from a superintendent who's entering years 2, 3, 4, et cetera.
Okay.
Nancy?
Given that I just got here, how is someone, am I expected to, do you know what I mean?
So it's been the practice in Brookline that if you are a first year school committee member who's just coming on about a month before the evaluation, you do not have to complete it. In some other districts, all school committee members would complete it, but there would be a notation that the new member has only been on very briefly and is only going to make a rating based on what that particular member observed. But in Brookline, that has not been the practice. So you're not going to have to deal with this, but still your input and the broader discussion will be much valued and it'll be a good learning experience for you for next year.
I'm happy to fill it out just as a point of reference but it doesn't have to, you know what I mean? Like I'm happy to go through the exercise, but not have it submitted. Would that be helpful? I would just give him high marks across the board, but so I don't know what we can talk about it, what way you would like me to participate, where I would be helpful.
Suzanne?
Well, I think it'd be helpful, Nancy, for you to see what the tool looks like.
Yeah.
Because then you know what it is we're thinking about for next year. So I think that would be probably a good exercise for you, but I don't know that you would want to submit it
No, no,
yeah.
but yes, I'd love to see it and.
Yeah,
you
I
know.
think you should look at it.
Okay.
We should look at it too. And so David, can Robin get that, send that to us?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
And this is going to be a new experience for 7 of the 9 of us, because when Jennifer and I first came on, we were in Nancy's position of having only been on for a month. And so we did not fill one out for Andrew Bott. And then we had a series of interims. So it's really only Suzanne who in her first year evaluated Andrew Bott, and Helen, of course, who's had multiple evaluations. So we're going to look to the 2 of you on this as well.
I find it a very cumbersome evaluation process, but that's my own opinion. I'm sorry. Well, anyway, and we have actually one of our former school committee members to thank for it. Rebecca Stone, together with Bill Lupini, worked on this and with the state on the DESE committee.
I'll say it's similar to the teacher evaluation.
Right. Yeah.
And so it does lay it all out for you. And you know, the trick is to find the evidence. And so if you look at it for June 9th and you say, you know, I'm looking at this indicator because Linus has selected it as something that's important. If you don't see the evidence, you can say, can you provide us more evidence? Or, you know, I'm wondering about this, so that we then have that for the 16th.
Jennifer?
Do superintendents provide evidence like educators provide evidence?
Yeah, Linus is going to do that tomorrow, right, Linus?
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. This will be easy then.
Yeah.
I'll also add, even though it sounds like a lot and complicated with all the categories and subcategories and subcategories of subcategories and focus indicators, when you look at the actual form, it's not quite as complex. It looks a little more like a checklist. And then there's spaces where you can enter narrative answers if you choose, but the only narrative answer you have to include is the one at the very end called the summative.
Is this a digital form, or is the ultimately a digital form, or is this a hand? Do you fill it out by hand?
Digital.
Digital? All right.
Digital, yeah, yeah.
Okay, nice.
I mean, you can print it out and do it by hand, but
But when we submit it officially, it goes in digitally.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're clicking boxes and putting in some narrative if you
Yes.
want, but only one narrative paragraph is probably required. Okay.
Mariah?
I'm assuming the answer to this is no, but I just want to be sure. Are we limited in using to the evidence that Linus provides, or we can go past it and add and make our own comments beyond that?
Can definitely go past it.
Okay, thanks.
I was just asking because it's helpful to have some basis of evidence, but I wasn't thinking that would limit us, but I would think it's helpful to see. I think it's helpful to see what people present as evidence. That was my thinking, Mariah.
All right, any other questions? So hopefully we can get the form out to everyone quickly so that you have a better idea regarding these categories and the formatting. But it is available online through DESE, and we'll get the more specific copies out to everyone. All right, so if there's nothing more on this for today, that brings us to subcommittee and liaison reports. And first up, Mariah, finance and accounts payable.
Thanks. We had finance yesterday, and we covered a couple of key topics. We discussed a check-in of the FY22 budget and heard that things are going well, and that the one question from the third quarter report, which was, wait a minute, please, which was the status of base, is that Michelle has done a fabulous job working with Sam, and she has managed to bring base basically back to a break even for the current fiscal year, which is a testament to how much work she's put in, and her team. So that was good news. For FY23, we had which is the upcoming fiscal year, we had a great discussion about Sam's plans for the upcoming fiscal year, both in terms of loading the budget into Munis and then some of the things that he will be enacting, such as position control, working with Ty on that, and the infamous chart of accounts, getting a new look, with support from Ruth Burdell, who has been working with the admin and finance team for several years now. So that was all wonderful news to hear. We talked about the town meeting, that the budget hasn't yet been voted, because it was not, excuse me, voted at the first night of town meeting. Last night, the budget was still not voted, so we are going until next week on the budget, but we talked about the fact that the select board, both Heather Hamilton and Dennis Dowdy, who are the respective chairs of the select board and the advisory committee, in their budget presentations talked about the need for an override next year. And we talked about Sam and Linus's alignment of timeline and preparation of the future year budgets, and particularly FY24 for that next year, looking at preliminary numbers in November and then final numbers in February, in advance of the school committee's vote on the budget in February. And what else did we talk about? Oh, and then we also did a quick preview of the draft finance policy. In terms of the accounts payable, in the past 2 weeks, there's been $531,939 of bills paid. Nothing as exciting as the last time I reported about the trout chillers. So no trout chillers this time. One thing that I don't actually have it with me, but I want to highlight, I would have waved it around if I had it in my hand, was the clean audit report that the administration and finance team received for their most recent audit. And it's very, as I joked, it's very unimpressive in that it only has one piece of paper inside, basically. But that's what we like, is unimpressive audits. We want ones that just that have nothing to report and are therefore very flimsy. So that was really wonderful to hear about from Sam, and congratulations to him and his team for that. And that's my report.
Sam just showed the show and tell part.
Oh, good.
Of the one pager.
That's right. Great. So everyone else can be very unimpressed with how big it is, and very impressed with the amount of work that it took to get such an unimpressive report. So thank you to Sam and the team.
Thanks, Sam.
All right, thank you, Mariah. Next up, Helen, capital improvements.
Yeah, we met last week, Tuesday, and discussed the repair and maintenance budget, the year to date for this year, which seems to be coming in on budget, and maybe with a $30,000 surplus. We discussed about how to keep that money for the following year. There are a lot of unknowns still. As Charlie pointed out, anything can happen between now and the end of the year, and he needs to make sure that he has money to cover those things. We then discussed the following year, and Mariah very kindly put together some spreadsheets that can help us to organize and prioritize projects, both the repair and maintenance and items that principals need done. And that will continue. Everybody seemed to be in agreement that it was a good way to move forward. And my hope is that at our next meeting, Charlie will be able to start to show us those pieces so that we can use it and start to make some decisions about priorities. we then went into executive session, and we determined at the executive session that we needed another one. This was an executive session with regards to the lease of Maimonides, and we will be meeting again on Tuesday in executive session at 4 o'clock. And hopefully it'll just be an hour. Did I leave anything out, Sam, on that?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay. The other piece that there was a meeting today to discuss with both the two Board of Selectmen and the Ben Kaufman, the town clerk, and some other people from the Pierce Project, the discussion of the date of the debt exclusion for Pierce. As most of you know, we should be getting or as some of you may or may not know, we should be getting some estimates on costs for Pierce in the next week or so. If I'm not mistaken, they may be in already, but there's reconciliation that happens. There's 3 estimates that happen. We have 2 outside estimators, and our CM at risk is estimating. So they come up with different numbers, and they need to figure out why they came up with different numbers and where the variances are. I got caught up here. So then Pierce will we will be submitting at the end of June all this documentation to MSBA. We have a meeting on June 1st with the facilities FAS group at MSBA to go over parts of, they wanted to look once more at the design and what we're doing. So that will be next week. The submission will be the end of June, and we are docketed for the board meeting of August 31st. All that to say that we discussed dates for the debt exclusion being September or November, and it became very clear for a number of reasons that we will need to go to the November election. The town clerk laid out a document, which I'll share with the school committee as to why that has to happen. And in speaking with the owner's project management team and left field, it became clear also that the impact to the project would not be huge, whether we voted in September or voted in November. And to the town clerk, it was very clear that we needed to do it in November because of all the complications of doing it during a primary election. In order to get on the ballot, we need the select people to vote it and turn it into the Secretary of State by the, do you remember the date, Andy? I
believe it was the 2nd week of August.
2nd week? Okay, I was going to say the 1st, but it may be the 2nd week of somewhere between the 1st and 2nd week of August, so that it can get printed on the ballot. There will be a number of other ballot questions on that ballot. Not clear where it'll show up on the ballot, but that's basically, and Heather Hamilton very clearly, as the chair of the Board of Select people, said that that she would respect what the town clerk recommended to do. But it was good because we had a full discussion of the issues. Parents were able to ask questions. The principal was able to ask questions as to why, and is this possible or is that possible? So, Andy, do you want to add anything? Because you were at that meeting.
Nope, that was very comprehensive what you said.
Okay. So I wanted the school committee to at least know that, that's where that stands. Do you want me to do my liaison report now, or you want to go to some other committee first? Or maybe curriculum first.
Go ahead.
You want me to go ahead? Okay, so I went to the STEPS board meeting on Wednesday morning, and I unfortunately couldn't go to the event. I hope that some people were able to go, but apparently it was extremely successful. Everybody was thrilled to be able to be together again. And financially, it was extremely successful. Steps at the present time has enough of a bank balance to survive for 11 months, which is really very, for a group that I would say 2 years ago, 3 years ago, was on the brink of financial disaster, has really turned around and been able to get grants, get monies, donations, and truly be in the best status that I've ever seen it in. So that was a great meeting. I think that's all I have.
All right, thank you, Helen. Next up, Jennifer, curriculum.
I have a fairly short update. We canceled our May meeting, and we'll be meeting again on Tuesday, June 7th from 4 to 6 p.m. The agenda will be published in a few days, hopefully. I did want to mention, because Nancy had mentioned an interest in seeing more curriculum updates. And we've had a number of them over the past year, which I hope have been helpful and informational for folks. We did have one on April 27th, which was the BHS math update. And prior to that, on March 3rd, the K-8 math update. And February 17th, the PSB science program came and did an update to the full committee. And then January 6th, we had an early literacy update. So if community members are interested in any of the other updates, tonight we had social studies, but if you're interested in any of those previous ones, you can find those on the school committee's webpage on the PSB website. The full presentations are available, as well as, so you can get the direct presentations, the slideshows, but you can also look up on Big the live recorded presentations of our school committee meetings. And in the meantime, we will be meeting next, the week after next, June 7th on Tuesday.
Thank you, Jennifer. Next up, a quick update on policy. So Mariah alluded to this during her presentation on what happened in the last finance meeting. Finance and policy are collaborating on an updated draft for the entire fiscal D section of our policy handbook. It is a very large section that has a lot of policies in there. We're going to look to schedule a joint policy finance meeting for June. And our hope is that we can get through that entire fiscal D section. So that might be a lengthier than usual meeting, but I do believe it'll be an efficient one, given that it will be a joint meeting. And the hope is that we can finally get through that and have it finalized. Work begun on this draft as far back as last November. And now pretty much all the relevant parties have reviewed the initial draft. So I took an initial look at it and tried to incorporate a lot of the BFAC recommendations. Mariah took a look at it. Sam took a look at it. Sam's predecessor, Mary Ellen, took a look at it. So we've had a lot of sets of eyes on this, and it's now ready for review by both of the subcommittees and hopefully shortly thereafter, the full school committee. Also, I recently circulated to central office leadership a draft of the government administration policy. This was a draft that we had worked on at the last policy subcommittee meeting. Andy had suggested that each district leader have an opportunity to review the description for each role to make sure that it accurately reflects present functions and present expectations. I have heard back from some district leaders, not all, but hopefully once I hear back from everyone, we can have another discussion on that draft and advance it. And then as for sustainability, that one has generated a lot of interest from many different groups. The capital subcommittee wants to take a look at it. The wellness committee wants to take a look at it. Some of our town partners want to take a look at it. So that one is going to take a little more time, but more important to get it right than to rush it through. And we'll have more to report once we have that joint finance policy meeting formally scheduled. So next up, diversity, equity, inclusion, and justice. Valerie?
I have the same update as I had at our last meeting, I think, which is that because we had a conflict with negotiation subcommittee, we rescheduled from the 16th of May to the 6th of June from 5 to 6:30. So that will be our first meeting, and the agenda and materials are up on the web and are the same as they were for the first meeting.
Thank you, Valerie. Next up, government relations. Helen?
I don't really have anything right
Okay.
now. No.
Negotiations, Andy?
Well, negotiations has entered a quiescent period since we settled the contracts with the BEU on the 17th, and no meetings are scheduled for the moment.
Yay, Andy.
For the next 6 years.
All right. Any additional liaison updates?
I forgot one thing, if I could.
Right on.
So I forgot when I was talking about steps in the meeting, the steps recognition ceremony. I don't know if people have been to that or not. It's a really very heartening ceremony that Steps puts on every year. It's going to be at the FRR on June 13th at 4:30 p.m. And I would recommend for members to, you don't have to stay for the whole thing, but to go and just be there. Anybody who can make it. It's a good idea. The other thing I was realizing, Robin, we used to have on our docket a list of events, and we don't seem to have that anymore. And that was always helpful in terms of knowing when things were happening and if we wanted to go to certain events. So if we could start doing that again, I know it's up to us to get you some of those dates. But I do know also the Brookline Mental Health Center has their gala coming up, which of course I don't have here right now, but other things like that, I think it would be a good idea.
All right. Thank you, Helen. Any other additional liaison updates? Seeing none, that takes us to new business. One item of new business I'd like to bring up. During the negotiations process, as we were nearing agreement with the BEU, we had a communications team that formed. It was comprised of Mariah, Nancy, and Stephen. There are some ongoing conversations with our communications team about outreach with parent and caregiver communities, PTOs, other school groups, and we are contemplating how we can have regular outreach, interactive listening sessions with them. And those conversations will continue. And we hope to have something formalized, possibly as early as June. We do know that parent caregiver groups greatly appreciate being able to interact with school committee members. This is something that we had done pre-pandemic on a school-to-school basis, where up to 4 school committee members would attend PTO meetings, school site council meetings at the school buildings themselves. During the pandemic, we had interactive listening sessions at each school, plus school community, like a remote learning academy when that existed for a year, as well as BEEP. Those were very well received. The thought this time around would be to have a big open monthly meeting where parents and caregivers from any school community could participate. The thinking behind that is this would be a way to streamline parental and caregiver access to the school committee. And so those conversations will continue. Any other new business items? No? Now, I know that we had docketed a proposed executive session, but given that we now have contracts with the BEU and with AFSCME, and that we already received an update regarding from Capital, we no longer have a need for an executive session. So we can actually end a bit early than was scheduled.
Good work, David.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Thanks, everybody.
I